Hello everyone, this is Spasmodic. You can call me Slinky as well if you want to, either or is fine. And welcome to the audio commentary for Project Jump, the entire series. This is somewhat of a massive undertaking, mostly for you. I'll be talking for a good long while here. I hope you like the sound of my voice because it's all you're going to be hearing for quite a while. Unless your neighbor starts mowing the lawn or something. So very recently I concluded Project Jump miraculously and just kind of felt like talking about it because I think it's an interesting series. I say it's miraculous that I finished it because I have this bad habit when it comes to series is and it's not finishing them, or at the very least not making it to the third installment. 10 videos? It sounded easy to begin with, it always does, but it ended up taking a lot longer than I thought to wrap up the series and to do it justice. That's an important point to make now, the idea of doing this series justice, because originally this was going to be a far simpler array of videos. That's why it sounded so easy at first. The project started, as all projects do, with a simple idea. This actually started out as a multiplayer series. Originally I was going to call it Jump Ground. Playground, Jump Ground. I wanted the tagline to be "Every map is a playground." It sounded nice initially, but became lame quite quickly. It did give me a place to start, though. I got the idea of a video on each map from a guy on YouTube. I think he's an indirect part of Source Runs, and his name is Blastva. I imagine that name takes a different flavor when pronounced in Finnish, but I come from the land of maple syrup and boredom, so that's what you get, Blastva. In fairness, it's his fault for picking a name that's hard to pronounce. I also can't shake the feeling that this idea was proposed to me long ago by someone on High Impact Halo. A lot of names come to mind. It was probably mentioned in passing to me at some point, so I won't stake any claim over the originality of this idea. The idea was to mimic Blastva's videos, but in Halo 1, to land, quote unquote, every jump on a particular map in one straight recording. I thought route planning would be interesting, but when I actually looked at it, it was kind of bland. I like the idea of making a video showing off all the really cool jumps in like Halo 1 multiplayer. I've actually already done that. I did a video about tactical jumps in Halo 1 when I first opened the channel. But I wasn't enthusiastic about it at all in that circumstance. One straight recording on each map. There wasn't enough interesting things to really make the videos take off in my mind. It seemed too boring. And then I looked at campaign, and that just got the bells ringing. Campaign videos are quite rare in the jumping community. Even back in the day when activity was buzzing, I remember them being regarded as very special, unique projects. Furthermore, Halo 1 is a largely untouched game in terms of jumping. I've made some efforts to turn that tide a little, and others have as well, but only a whole handful of people have landed jumps in multiplayer. Campaign is virtually untouched. Actually, the only campaign videos for Halo 1, I'm in all of them, to the best of my knowledge. Years and years ago, Skirty, myself, and Mr. Ollie made a campaign video called Eccentric Jumping. I think DJ Dap may have landed some jumps as well. It was the first campaign video for Halo 1, I'm pretty sure. The campaign remained undisturbed after that until I made the video Envision on my old channel. This was years later, followed by Feel on this channel. So far as I know, those are the only 3 campaign videos ever made for Halo 1. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I want to watch what I've missed. The aspect of an untouched landscape, a fresh start, if you will, was very appealing to me for a number of reasons. Not only was this slightly poetic for me, having the opportunity to move on from everything that happened, but it also gave me a great deal of freedom. I was free to do what I wanted at my own pace. The added knowledge that everything I was doing would be new, mostly, that was very satisfying for me. I like being the first to do things, I like doing things differently, and I like doing them simply. I was the first to do a lot of things in Halo, and at first I thought I was craving recognition for being the first, and to some extent that's true, but through this series I came to realize that the unknown aspect to being the first, that's what I like the most. Like when I finished Halo 1 without jumping or without firing a shot on Legendary, no one had done that before me, and trying to figure all of that out, all that puzzle solving, that's just too much fun. People had done zero shot runs before me. I guess I should I should say that, but there was 3 levels, I think. that hadn't been done, and I figured out how to do them. Just to sound like an overmodest asshole. But yeah, I like the idea of being the first to do something, because when I first started playing Halo, I just basically copied what people were doing, and I just tried to find things that weren't there. Like when I beat the Guilty Spark record for the first time, I think Spot Check held a record on Heroic. It was like 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and then I beat it on Heroic. It was 6 minutes and 17 seconds. So being the first to do something, I like the idea of people then expanding on it. I really like that. So anyhow, I went into this series imagining that it'd be really simple. I had planned to do only simple jumps, the kind that are neat but would never really be shown. The idea of simplicity stuck throughout the series. There's only a couple jumps throughout the series that I would describe as really sick, but like I said, I wanted to do this series justice. I didn't want to just lazily land easy jumps, however charming they might be. I wanted to go on a journey through the campaign, show off what's beautiful and unique about each level, and get some solid material. And I think I succeeded. So, there's some stuff I should tell you about this commentary. I've already covered the length bit. This intro has taken forever. Just imagine how long the whole fucking commentary is going to be. I just feel bad for you now. There are a few jumps in here landed by other people in the past. I'll point them out when we get there, if I remember. I have a pretty good memory when I'm not distracted. We'll see how well I do. I won't really be explaining how the jumps work in terms of which buttons you have to press. I'm terrible at remembering exactly how to make certain jumps work because I do everything by feel in this game. It's difficult to explain something I know so well because I've been playing this game for 13 years. In fairness, Halo 1 physics are kind of rudimentary compared to Halo 2 and Halo 3. In a lot of cases, if you hold forward and press A, you kind of have it down pat. I don't really want to dwell too much on that aspect of the jumps. If it's really important, I'll mention it and I'll discuss some physics quirks here and there. And maybe through that, a picture of how to do the jump will emerge. Hopefully you actually manage to learn something in that area of things. I'm filming this with XSplit, so I have my professional mouse cursor to guide you through the video. Sorry for the poor quality. I may talk about the editing at some point if I remember. A lot of this commentary will be talking about how I came up with the jumps, what I was thinking, how I felt during each video, and so on and so forth. This is kind of like a special features on a DVD, except it takes place in my brain. I thought this would be fun to do because I want to talk about this series. It meant a lot to me, and it was a lot of fun throughout. Also because no one else is doing jump video commentary, and I think it's interesting enough to talk about, although it's suddenly dawning on me that maybe there's a good reason why no one is doing jump video commentary. Hopefully you enjoy it, and with any luck, this will make jumping more accessible. That's actually one thing I set out to do with this project, make Halo 1 more accessible. If you've watched the series and thought at any point, oh, I wish he did that jump, guess what? You've caught the jumping bug. Now you have to go and try it yourself. I just ruined your life. I also really wanted to do commentary for the series because after I finished it, I thought to myself, well, what the hell am I going to do now? I can't leave Project Jump just yet. I'm not ready. So now I'm going to talk about it a bunch. Without further ado, this is Project Jump. Actually, this is me readjusting my microphone because I feel as though the audio levels are kind of messed up. But, oh well. I never said this would be super professional, did I? Also, I have a gigantic water bottle next to me. It's huge. I basically have the entire ocean in here. So, if you hear me pause and drink, that's basically what I'm doing. If I have to run off and pee, well, too bad. I also have a tiny bowl of grapes here. Unfortunately, I don't have sexy Egyptian women feeding it to me while I sit on my throne with a leaf covering my ball sack, but grapes are still delicious. Can't complain. Alright. Doing commentary is hard. If you ever want to start doing commentary, word of advice, just have grapes and water next to you. You'll need it. I feel bad for those fuckers at those esports events. Oh man, talking for like 8 hours straight, that's brutal. But anyway, let's actually get into the videos, shall we? So we start on the Pillar of Autumn. This video is lackluster compared to the others, but that's thanks entirely to the fact that there's not much to work with on this map. However, that's where the freedom I had with this series shines. I didn't have to go above and beyond expectations or push any bars. A lot of the jumps in this video were jumps I did a long time ago, and almost all of them are really simple, so it was a really nice place to start. This was very relaxing to work on. I mean, I had to start here anyway, given that it's the first level, but, you know. Amusingly, believing so hard that this video would be simple, I really didn't try to push the envelope right off the bat. So of course, right after I finished episode 10, I log on Skype for the first time in ages, and I see that Mador has landed a nasty jump on the Pillar of Autumn that I wish I'd thought of. Oh well, no regrets. So, beyond showing off new jumps in the Halo 1 campaign, there was one thing I set out to do with this series, and it was to utilize third-person angles. I've never gotten to work with them, given that I only play on Xbox and there's no theater or anything. Speaking of Xbox, I didn't actually care to mention this at any point because it was so obvious to me, but because I'm playing on the Xbox, there's no mods used in this video, in any of the videos. No mods are used. My health isn't altered. Anything like that. This can all be done with default campaign settings in, on the original Xbox, Xbox 360, MCC Anniversary, Halo PC, blah blah blah. Anyway, so yeah, because I play on Xbox, there's no theater, but I do have Custom Edition, thanks to Mador, which has Dev Mode, which means I can detach the camera and film stuff. Mador walked me through all the tools, for which I am very grateful. I thought it made the videos more unique, more cinematic, and I felt there was a good chance it would surprise people, ultimately making this series more pleasing to watch. Struggled with that bottle cap for a second. Why do they make bottle caps so goddamn tiny for like an 8-foot tall water bottle? It's ridiculous. Anyway. So right out the gates, I introduced this new filming practice new filming practice for me, I should say, with the intro to this video. The camera was perfectly symmetrical when I went through this window. I loved that. My girlfriend is a graphic designer, and right off the bat, she loved this camera work, and I knew I was on the right track then. I also like starting my videos usually with some sort of intro that makes people question what's on screen and wonder what's about to happen. My Spartan hanging out in a life pod that, like, for the casual player seems like you can't readily get into, it sounded like a good place to start. Another thing to this series is that the jumps are in chronological order, not in order of worst to best, or whatever metric jumpers use to organize their jumps. I'm landing jumps as I go through the level, so I'm taking you on a little journey, you could say. Halo 1 through the eyes of a jumper. It's nice being able to see a game differently than other people, and I wanted to share that with the casual viewer. Now, as you've probably been able to tell, I have written a little script up to this point. I think everyone should plan out their intros, although it doesn't stop you from sounding ridiculous and forgetting how to speak English at many points. I've also written a little something for each level. I haven't written commentary for each jump, though. I figure I'll just deal with it when I get there. It's probably a terrible idea, but I'm rolling with it. It's too late to go back. Alright, so we're on the Pillar of Autumn. There we go. This first jump is something that I do all the time when I'm speedrunning. And it's just to jump off this really, really thin thing. If I remember hard enough, I'll remember what it's called. Hold on. We'll just call it this light pole. You jump off this fucking light pole, and you land over here on this little ledge, and it's a really neat jump because it shows off a long jump technique that I came up with a long time ago. And in Halo 1, there's not a whole lot of room to stand on this. It's a really, really, really thin, narrow surface, so you don't have enough time to really pick up a lot of speed just by holding forward and pressing A. So what you have to do is I jump from here and I land. I crouch when I get up there to make the jump, and I keep holding crouch, and then I kind of move a little bit, release crouch, and jump, and that gives you a bit of a long jump over. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you'd be able to make this gap with just a regular jump. So it gives you basically the crouch, release, crouch, and jump gives you a little bit more speed off of very narrow surfaces. This is really easy, not really easy, but it's just a little long jump off the console. You land on top of the shield thing. This jump is kind of neat. This surface is sloped upwards, so I jump off of it, and it gives me enough height to get on top of the shield thingy. This jump, I don't know. I was just poking around in the cryotube chamber. I wasn't trying to find the most mind-numbing jump possible. It was just, hey, let's try and find some neat stuff. This jump, you crouch and you can get in. If you just try and walk in, you can't. I'm pretty sure you can jump in, but simple solution, you just crouch under. Wedge yourself in between here, really simple. Get all the way to the top, jump up. And then Halo 1 physics are so neat, because I could just walk off here and just land. Nice little jump. It's really, really easy, which is something I really like. Even though the first episode of the series, it's kind of hard if you're just watching the full video and you start on the Pillar of Autumn, you're kind of just thinking, oh man, this video is kind of boring. I intentionally chose music to try and make this video a little bit more exciting to watch, and I didn't want to make it too long, but there was a point there I was hoping to make, and now it's just completely gone. If I remember hard enough, I think it'll come back. Hold on, give me a moment here. This is one of those terrible moments in commentary that everyone fears. So let's see. Maybe if I could just go back a sec. No, I won't do that to you. So I crouch, get in there, jump up, blah, 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 blah. Really simple jumps. Make it more accessible to people. Yeah, it's totally gone. But anyway, I'd like that jump because it's just so simple. We'll just leave it at that. So anyway, this is another really cool physics quirk to Halo 1. So I jump, and then as I land, I'm able to bounce over these pipes somehow. I do it a second time. So when you jump and then you hold crouch and release as soon as you hit the ground, you do a little bounce, and that's just enough to get you over these pipes. And I do the exact same thing here to get on top of this little lunch table. And actually, it was supposed to get me on top of just the seat, and then I just mash crouch like a crazy person. I get on top of the table. It's actually not the easiest jump ever. It took me a few tries to get that, but it's just a matter of just mashing crouch like crazy, so you bounce like a crazy person. You can get on top. I like this jump a lot. It's not even a jump, but it's kind of in Halo 2, Halo 3, people were doing things like wall tapping and walk-offs, which aren't really, well, especially walk-offs. There's not even a jump. You just find an area and then you walk off. But a lot of really cool things have been done with that, so I wanted to. I mean, walking is part of jumping. Why not? So it's really neat to just have this surface where I have to jump up there. How the hell do you get up there? And I just found out that if you can just walk all the way up. You have to aim at a specific spot and kind of move in a specific way, but mostly you just hit the right spot and move forward and kind of adjust a little bit, and you get all the way up top. This jump is tricky. As you're running towards this, I nick my feet. You know what? Let's just start over. As I am running to this, I nick my feet just on the corner of this, and that gives me just enough height to get up here. And the jump is tricky because there's a diagonal beam here. So if I were to come at it like directly on and I tried to jump on top of the steps, well, first of all, I wouldn't even be angling myself towards the stairs, but I would bonk my head on the top of this thing. So I really had to come at it from an angle and like curve over here. It was actually a fairly difficult jump. I was really glad I found it. This jump, I have a love and hate relationship with this jump. If you go too high on this beam, you're basically, the ceiling is like up here where my mouse cursor is. So if you try and walk off, you don't get over here, and the idea is to use these stairs as a ramp and then slide over to the other side. But I didn't manage to pull it off with just me. Like I tried everything I could think of, like using a grenade over here and just using it as a kind of a little hop, and I could get over and do the jump, and this beam is really tricky too. I kept sliding off every once in a while. It was annoying, so I couldn't figure out a way to cross, and I thought, well, I have my partner here, so I walk off, and I'm holding crouch at this point here, and then I release crouch, jump, and then my legs are basically going to hit the back of my second player's head. And actually, Master Chief's, what can I say, his model, there you go, is sloped. So as soon as I hit his head, I get a little bit of ramp up, and then I land on the other side. So I was trying everything I could to just slide jump all the way over here, but I couldn't get the height or the distance. Well, I could get the distance, but I definitely couldn't get the height to get up here. And it was just such, by virtue of the fact this is a really narrow, tricky area to work with. So yeah, I just put my partner there and managed to clear the gap. This is really neat. Take a swig of water. This is really neat because when you detach the camera, as I am here in Halo PC, you can only control the camera or your player one at a time. You can't do both at the same time. It's kind of a bummer, but so I leave the camera here, and now I'm in control of my player. But I can only control him. Like all the button inputs work, but if I go off the camera's view, I'm completely blind. Like I have no idea. So I'm essentially doing this blind. I only have the eyes of the camera to work with. So I basically line myself up with the jump perfectly, detach the camera, put it here, and then try the jump over and over again. It's a really simple jump, though. You just have to hold crouch and like the entire way, and then at a certain point you just jump, and you can go straight through this window, which is really funny. So I managed to pull it off. And I like this jump a lot. This is one of my favorite jumps, maybe in the entire series, to be honest. There's a lot of history in this jump that I'm probably going to dwell on for far too long, but whatever. I remember Big Grunty Thirst back in the day. I'm pretty sure he used the shield, which is a little bit, you have to backtrack just a little bit in the mission. He used the shield to clip outside of the map, and then he jumped along the rafters, and he landed in one of these windows. It was a really cool trick, and I'm trying to remember who was the first one to figure out that you can just literally just jump out of the map. You don't need to clip out or do anything fancy. You just literally just jump right out. I don't know who found that originally. I don't even have any names that come to mind, but it's just so funny. It's something that I love about Halo, where one guy does this really complicated, impressive thing, gets over here, it's so sick, and then someone just comes along. It's like, hey, actually, you can just hold crouch and jump, and you do the same thing. So I did this a long time ago. I jumped out of the map because it's the easiest thing. I mean, who doesn't like to go on this? But you can just you can walk all the way along here. And actually, the end credits for the entire series, I filmed them outside here. But anyway, around, I don't even remember the year. It was, we'll just say a long time ago. Skirty and DJ Dap released a video in Halo 1 multiplayer called Natural Jumps, and it was just a collection of unaided jumps. That is to say, no grenade boosts, no rocket jumps, just unaided, just press A to jump kind of jumps throughout the Halo 1 multiplayer maps. It was like one of the first jumping videos ever made for Halo 1. I think a couple people had made jumping videos up to that point. I'm pretty sure Spinker Matt did. I know a little girl did. That was the guy's name. It wasn't actually a little girl, so far as I know. And Mr. Ollie and Tabuto did a video. I think it was called Jumping for Fun. This the unaided jumps, the natural jumps video was the first one that was like, wow, this is like pushing boundaries, because Halo 1 was just so simple back then. And then they started doing jumps like this, where you could actually curve. And it looks like I'm basically not jumping. I'm jumping off of nothing right now. And these jumps are really, really, really popular and extraordinarily useful, particularly in Halo 2. At the time, Halo 3 wasn't even out yet. And in Halo 2, let's say I was standing on this ledge. In Halo 1, you can basically jump from like here if you're jumping outwards. Halo 2, you could jump from like right here and then jump outwards. They called it late jumping. And they would do jumps like this, where you could curve around a wall and land. It was really sick. And then DJ Dap and Skirty were the first ones. The first ones to do it in Halo 1. I didn't actually think it was possible, so it was kind of like a bunch of puzzle pieces came together. Big Grunty Thirst showed me this area could be gotten to, and then someone showed how to jump out of the map, and then Skirty and DJ Dap showed the curve jump. So that's where just jump from window to window. You don't have to do any kind of fancy clipping in the ceiling to get here. It's just a simple get out of the map, grenade jump, curve around the wall. And actually I had a lot of trouble with this jump because I suck at these curve jumps so much. Anyhow, I really like this. I really like this jump because I imagine playing like a co-op campaign with a whole bunch of other people and just seeing them come. They would just run up and look out the window, and be like, "How the fuck did you get there?" So this is one thing that makes jumping really accessible and tricking really accessible in my mind. Is it's just so simple. If you're really interested in it, you can just go and do it. You don't have to collect like 800 grenades and do really sick setups. You can just jump out of the map and just fall down here, and it's really fun. So anyway, carrying on. Again, I detached the camera, so I kind of had to do this blind. These jumps were really popular in Halo 2. I just felt like doing it. I did this jump a long time ago. I just felt like putting it in here. It's just jumping from one side of the door frame to the other. Nothing biggie. My feet don't actually touch the ground. It's literally from here to here. And now we're at the end of the video. I'm still trying to think back. I'm thinking back to the cryo tube chamber. And I'm trying to think about that point I was trying to make, and it's just gone. Ah, terrible. What was I saying before about having a good memory? Sheesh. Anyway, simple jump out of the map. This exact same jump as that curve jump around the window. So, if I could make this video again, I would end it differently. Like, maybe jumping, like, I would film myself jumping out into space and then, like, a third-person shot of the ship. I don't know. I was happy with this ending at the time. So, this is what I get. I really liked this video a lot. I know some people would watch it and kind of get kind of bored, but I liked it a lot because it was an opportunity to flaunt a lot of these subtle aspects and physics quirks in Halo 1. Grape. And this jump is really neat too. Because it's really simple. Just jump out of the window and then you get to see the ending life pod just kind of hanging out. And the SM stands for Spasmodic. I was really into kind of labeling my videos at the time. I was watching some Counter-Strike frag movies at the time, and there was one editor that really inspired me, and he marked his videos the same way, and I thought it'd be kind of neat to quote-unquote sell my brand that way and just put SM as kind of like a signature, but then I just kind of grew tired of it. But anyway, I think I have notes on that later in the video. But anyway, so now we're on to Halo, and this video was a lot of fun to work on, but in addition to making me laugh, it really threw me for a loop, in a way. I started on Pillar of Autumn, of course, and the idea for the series was simplicity. It never really occurred to me that PoA lends itself to simplicity. Once I got to Halo, I was thinking simple and easy. I had a whole list of ideas for simple jumps, and then I started going just a little bit nuts unintentionally. It was here that I started to realize that I would need to adapt to each level. Some levels I could go crazy, some levels I had to tone it down, just by virtue of the fact, maybe there's not a whole lot there. But once I get rolling, it's hard to go back to simple. It's really hard to shut my brain off sometimes. I start wanting to go big on every level, even when it's not really an option. I'm talking about the library here. I decided to just roll with it here, not go absolutely insane, but not shy away from the more nutty ideas. Take it level by level and show what's cool about each map, not try to keep topping myself each time. That's kind of where the throwing me for a loop idea comes from. Because this is a series, I was thinking back to like Just Jump, where I started it, and I was landing jumps, blah 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 blah. And then when I filmed Just Jump 2, it was like, okay, how can I top what I did before? Not really the same thing with this series. It's pretty easy to top Pillar of Autumn when you're playing on Halo, but then you get to the library, and it's like, okay, how can I top Assault on the Control Room on the library? The series didn't work that way, so I really had to take it level by level, and that was kind of a jarring thing for me. But anyway, on to the jumps. I like this jump a lot because it's kind of at the core of Halo tricking in a way. I just saw this big ass rock and I thought, okay, how the hell do I get up there? I want to see what's on top of that rock. No reason. I just feel like getting on top of the rock, so I shot down a Banshee and then pushed it here and then used the little wing and I jumped on top. Really, really, really simple, but you can't fault me for being resourceful. So this jump is really simple. I fall down. That is one thing I should mention right now about slide jumps in Halo 1. If you're familiar at all with Halo 2 or Halo 3, I don't know why I was like circling this thing, but if you're any at all familiar with Halo 2 or 3, you know that if you jump off of something, you can then slide jump off of a sloped surface. Halo 1, it's not like that. Halo 1, you have to fall and land on a slope and like jump as you land, and that's what gives you horizontal momentum. You can't just jump off of a surface, hold crouch, and then do that. You don't really get any speed at all. Nothing really major unless it's like a huge slope surface, but even then you might as well just fall down if you have the option. So anyway, I fall down here and I jump off of this and I slide up the rock. Really simple jump. Honestly, I'm pretty sure you could just land down here and jump on top of the rock. But whatever. So I started getting a little bit more creative here. This is a jump I did years and years ago. It never made it into any video. I get a I get a rock on top of this warthog. Wow. I get a warthog on top of this rock, and I didn't actually include me driving the warthog up because it's a pain in the ass. Like if you go and try it yourself, this thing will fall off the right, fall off the left. It'll go up and do nothing. So annoying. So it took me a good long while to actually get the warthog to stay on top of this fucking rock. It took me like 15 minutes. Did it take me 15 minutes? I have the recording somewhere. Do I have the recording somewhere? I might have deleted it. I think I had it, and then I got so pissed off that I just decided to scrap it. But anyway, I get on top, and I did it because this area is so enticing because the base of the tower is right there, and there's a rock and a structure and a tree and a big ass hill, and there's so much stuff to work with, and you're so tantalizingly close to just being able to like go on this rock and jump up, but it's just too high, just a little bit too high. It's just right out of reach. So I thought, okay, how can I get up there? So a little dash of creativity, you can usually pretty much accomplish anything. So I had to do a little bit of long jump. I didn't position the warthog perfectly. If you position it perfectly, you can just do like a little hop on top. So I had to do a little long jump, but I got up here. So this jump is what I would call a happy accident. I was testing an idea, and then I was trying to get the warthog up here where the blue beam is. And I'll teach you some things about the blue beam towers in Halo. This first tower, if you're on top of the tower, well, first of all, if the blue beam goes off and you're on top of the tower, you'll freeze. Like you can't move. Your second player can't move. You're just completely frozen. And the same thing happens if you're like on top of the cliff and you're just high enough and the blue beam goes off. You're just frozen. Really weird aspect. I'm not sure why that's even a thing. I'm convinced that there's an Easter egg somewhere. But anyhow, on the hillside tower, I'm trying to describe these areas as best I can. The hillside tower is kind of like encased in a canyon. Yeah, we'll just say it's like encased in the canyon. And the same thing, if you're on top of the tower and the blue beam hits you, you'll die. Same thing with this first tower. If you're like on the edge of like the tower and the blue beam hits you, you'll die. But if you're at the base of the first tower, it does nothing. Same thing with the hillside tower. If you're at the base, it does nothing. But I was at the first area and I had a warthog. So I thought, why not shoot it up here so I won't take any damage. I can maneuver the warthog however I want in this area. And the idea was... well, actually, I'll try and remember. I'll try and get to that point. So I launched it up here I was testing an idea, and then I realized that it had balanced itself. I didn't actually mean to do that at all. It was complete dumb luck. So I thought, oh, I'll just use that. So you jump up here, jump, hold crouch. Not the entire time. You like jump and then hold crouch. You have to like be walking straight into the wall and jump up to make that jump. And you jump here. Get on top of the neatly balanced warthog, and you get up here. And I just thought it was so funny because to get up to this area where I'm standing right now, you have to like jump onto. There's like a really faint bit here, but you can jump up here and grenade jump, and you land up here. But with a warthog, you can just jump straight up. It's kind of neat. But I went just a little far there. Hold on. I'll try and point out the area that I'm going to be mentioning. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to see. It's behind this tire, but I launched the Warthog up here because I wanted to try and find a way to wedge the Warthog into this little space. I was trying to find a reliable way to wedge it there. And it's because there's the third tower in the second area, and it's called the Cliffside Tower. This is the first one. There's the Hillside Tower, and then there's the Cliffside Tower, which is pretty easy. Wow, which is pretty easy to spot. It's the one that is right next to an edge. So if you can just fall clean off the map if you're in that area. So we called it the Cliffside Tower. These grapes are fucking delicious. So the first tower in the hillside the hill tower. Let's say the hillside tower. If you're on top of the tower, like I said, if you get hit by the blue beam, you'll die. Not like that with the cliffside tower. If you get hit with the blue beam and you're on top of the tower, you don't die. However, if you're at the base of the cliffside tower, which is in this area here, the blue beam can kill you. And that's always intrigued me. I've been trying to find ways to utilize that. And the first way I thought of was to wedge the warthog in here. So it would be it would just be like hanging nose down. And then when the blue beam goes off, it would almost act like what's the best way I can? But almost like a gigantic seesaw in a way, like a huge ass trampoline. A seesaw is probably the best way, and it would just like punt you because the blue beam would push the warthog, and then the nose would just shoot up. And if you were standing in the right spot, you could get hit by it and just get sent flying. So because there was no danger here, I tried to find a reliable way to wedge it in there, but when I tried it at the cliffside tower, I kept dying each time. It was really disheartening. But happy accident, I managed to balance this warthog, which is really cool. And then I got up there with just jumping. When in the past you had to use just a grenade jump to get up there. So, if anyone can decipher what the hell I just said, you're very welcome to the idea of getting the warthog stuck and using it as like a big ass slingshot. I'm almost convinced that it's possible. Like, it just has to be possible. But I kept getting clipped by the blue beam, and it worked for me once barely, I think, which makes me think that it could be possible. But yeah, it was just a little bit too hard. But anyway, moving on before I dwell on my my ideas. Like I said, it's hard to shut my brain off. So I got up here just by jumping, which is really nice. Now this jump I found years and years and years ago. I was trying to find really, really sick jumps in the campaign, and this was one that I found. I love this jump. And I love grapes too. Have I mentioned that? So I'm trying to jump from here to the tree. And I like that about jumping, where you just kind of get somewhere and then you just look around and think, okay, what the hell can I jump to? So I saw the tree and I thought, oh, it'd be really cool to get on top of the tree because there's no way that you can just like jump to it from pretty much anywhere except here. Unaided, like without a grenade or anything, without a warthog, blah blah blah. This jump is cool because if you jump from if you start from here and you run and you try and do like a late jump and curve, you can't hit it. So this jump is really neat because every edge, every ledge, whatnot in Halo 1 is actually sloped. So if you were to walk off this edge, you would kind of dip down a little bit first, and then you would fall. So there's like an invisible lip right here, and a lot can be done with that invisible lip. In this circumstance, I kind of walk around this corner a little bit, and that gives me just enough distance. Like I'm pretty much now I'm jumping like right here, just about, and I'm pretty much around the corner. It's kind of neat. So that invisible lip kind of it extends around the corner just a little bit, which gives me just enough of a surface to just barely make the jump. Really neat. So I was standing at the base of the tower, and I looked at this antenna. And I thought, how can I jump from here to there? So I thought, oh, I'll just do this multiplayer trick that I see the Halo PC guys they did all the time back in the day, which is just to balance a warthog on the edge. So that invisible lip I was talking about earlier, how it's really useful. You can do long jumps off of it, like in that circumstance, in the previous jump, and in this one you can use it from the other way, where you approach it from here and you can hit the lip and actually use it to gain a little bit of height. So if I were to jump from here and try and jump on top of this box, I wouldn't be able to make that jump. It's not high. I'm not. I can't jump that high. But with this little lip, I can jump straight on top of the box. And I just love this about Halo 1 physics. They're so like rubbery and marshmallowy. Probably the best way to put it. This thing is just gonna sit here. It's not gonna move. Whereas like in probably in Halo 3, it would just like roll over and it would actually mimic real life physics to a degree. Whereas in Halo 1, this is just gonna like sit there and it's not gonna move. It's kind of weird, but it gave me enough of a platform to jump over here. So I got to the tower, and this is in keeping with the whole journey thing, where I get somewhere and then I find a jump. So I was on top of the tower, I looked around, and I saw this edge here, and this is the third example. It's like all three in a row, where first I can do a long jump off, and then I can use it from the other angle and get height off of it. This is when I can use it as what's called an edge slide. I can use it as what's called a, but you know what? English. So again, you have to fall. This is especially true with edge slides. With just slide jumps, if you find a really, really slopey hill, you can probably jump onto it and then jump as you hit the ground. But you should just fall in every circumstance. Um, with edge slides, you have to fall onto them. Like if you jump and you try and do an edge slide, it doesn't really work. So I fall onto this ledge, and I hit that invisible lip, which basically acts as a ramp. If you hit this absolutely perfectly, you can get horizontal momentum off of it. So I fall, jump as I hit, and it gives me enough. Momentum, enough distance to actually clear this gap, which I really like. So I'm on top of this. I'm on the very top of the antenna now, and you can actually see it faintly. There's my partner's dead body. I come up here where my mouse cursor is, and I had to get my second player up here, and then I grenade jumped up here, and I was playing on easy. You take much more damage from grenades on easy than you do on legendary. On legendary, I would have a whole bunch of blue health bars left, and I could do a few more grenade jumps. On easy, you do one grenade jump, and a plasma pistol shot could shoot you in your pinky toe and you die. So that's why I have 1 point of red health. So fall damage is a thing in Halo 1. It's not in Halo 2 or Halo 3. So I jump and I take lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. But if I just did this jump and like without anything, I just did the jump, I would die right on impact. So what you have to do in Halo 1, you can fall from a pretty decent height, and if you crouch, basically right as you hit the floor, you can cut a lot of the fall damage. Like this, I barely managed to survive. You can just barely see I have just a little bit of shields left. But if you're ever falling from a semi-big height in Halo 1, crouch as you hit the ground, and you will take significantly less damage than you would if you just fell on the ground. So thank God for that, I was able to make this jump, and this is where I started just laughing about this series because... Water break, excuse me. I started laughing about this series because I was going for simplicity, and up to this point I had gotten a little bit creative, just to pat myself on the back, but I hadn't really been going like crazy. I wasn't doing like super huge launches into the sky and then doing like an edge slide off of, whatnot. I was just I was being a little bit creative, but I wasn't going insane. And this is after I did that long jump off that tower. I looked up at this hill and I thought, I wonder if I could slide down that hill and then use something as a ramp and like get on top of a tree. And I just started laughing because you start on the Pillar of Autumn and you're just like you crouch behind a shield generator, walk up a ramp, jump up, and then like walk. There's like not a whole lot to do on Pillar of Autumn. You're just kind of going simple. You're like, hey, this is kind of fun and easy. Then you get to Halo and you look at this giant hill and you're like, oh, I'll just slide down and do some insane shit. So this is a bit where it was just kind of like, well, it's regrettable because I don't want to spend too much time on each video. That sounds really lazy, but it's also true. Like I don't. These projects should be fun. If I'm spending like 8 hours on each, I don't have as much free time as I used to when I was like 15 and 16. Like I'm 26 years old now. I don't have a whole lot of free time left. Living with my girlfriend, we have to like, and I have like a full-time job. So actually, you know what? I'm like kind of in that awkward place between part-time and full-time, but that's neither here nor there. So I have a lot more responsibilities now, whereas 16, I could play games for like 15 hours straight and just be like, oh, fuck, this is great. I can do whatever I want. So that's actually one thing I should touch on now. A lot of people were really praising me for the editing in this series. And I remember one guy, I wish I could remember his name. It started with a C. Oh, I feel like a terrible person. But I remember he said something like, I can't really imagine how much time you spend on these kind of, like on the editing and on landing the jumps. And honestly, with Halo, this this video didn't take me too long to make. Like Pillar of Autumn, I think I filmed in 20 minutes and I edited in like 10 minutes. Like the whole process took less than an hour, easy. Same thing with Halo. Like these jumps, I landed every jump for this in under an hour, and then it took me barely any time to edit because I have a pretty good ear when it comes to music, so I don't try and use any fancy effects when I edit, not too much anyway. I just like to sync to a song. So like as soon as I hit this warthog, you'll hear the song go ping. So yeah, the editing for me, I've been doing this for so long, I just have a really good grasp on how I like my videos to look, so it goes really quickly. But anyway, so I slide down and I just nick the warthog, kind of like that box jump from before, and like over here when I just nick my feet and I get enough height. Same thing with the warthog. I hit it, I get just a little bit of height, and towards the top of this tree, this tree's model almost looks like a squishy cylinder. It's not just like a big ass square, and it's not like you can't jump on like this branch and this branch and this branch and this branch. Like it's just this big like invisible coat around it. And towards the top, it's a little bit more sloped, so I could land on top pretty easily. I'm gonna try and pause this at the perfect time. There we go. So yeah, that was a really funny moment for me in the series. That's when it all changed. When it was just, okay, these videos will take me like, oh, like no time at all. I'm just gonna land the most simple things I can find. And then I saw that gigantic hill and I was like, oh, god damn it, why do I do this to myself? So I started landing bigger and bigger jumps. Again, not like the best I could possibly do, but definitely there's a difference between sliding down a gigantic hill and nicking your feet on a warthog to get height to land on top of a tree compared to holding crouch and jumping through a little window. Like when I say I'm landing larger jumps, if you ever hear me use that term, I mean large in terms of impact. Like yeah, like this jump right now carries a little bit more weight than a lot of the jumps you see on Pillar of Autumn. God damn grapes. So anyhow, yeah, I really had to adapt to that quickly. I just kind of shut all the other levels out of my mind. It's just I'm going to work on Halo. It's going to come out how I want it to look, and I'm just going to roll with it and see what happens. So anyhow, so this jump, this is a really good jump to illustrate how slide jumps work in Halo 1. So the edges of this pipe, of these pipes I should say, are sloped, so you can get a little slide jump off them. So I tried just standing up here on this like little grassy area and falling and hitting the slide and jumping from pipe to pipe, but I couldn't get enough distance. There's a couple different ways. There's a few different ways actually that you can. You know what? Actually, no. I'm just gonna say there's a couple. There's a couple different ways you can slide in Halo 1. Without this warthog here, and I'm just like on the grass, I tried falling down, and I hold crouch, and I release and jump pretty much as I hit the surface. And when you do that, you get a lot more speed out of your edge slide or slide, particularly edge slide. I find it's a lot more dramatic there. But the problem with that is, remember before when I jumped from the top of that tower to the platform, I had to crouch as soon as I hit the ground. If you're playing Halo 1 and you fall off a surface, you hold crouch, and just as you're about to hit the ground, you release crouch, you just die instantly. Like, you take so much more damage if you do that, if you fall and release crouch as you hit the ground. I don't know why, but you just do. So, this jump technique of me falling and, like, holding crouch, releasing, and jumping, I'm going to take a lot more damage from my fall. So, and if you do that in some circumstances, if you take enough fall damage, it completely cuts your momentum. So instead of sliding off of this pipe, I would just fall to my death, because it just nullifies all your momentum instantly. So I got the Warthog up here when I couldn't do that, so I fall. And I had to kind of curve a little, because if I landed here and I tried to jump diagonally, that's just like more distance that I have to cover with the slide. So as I hit this slope, I just press A as soon as I hit this. Just A. Really simple jump, and you can actually see it if you watch the video. It's just like, it's almost like I feather my way over. Like, you can just see it's almost like, ah, boom, and I just land on the other side. It's just this really, like, dainty, kind of just lovely little arch, and I land over. Whereas if I did the crouch jump, I would just go sailing, like, violently over this pipe, pretty much. Like, you get a lot more speed. So you kind of have to judge for yourself in a lot of different circumstances what technique you want to use. And it can be really tricky. Like, yeah, just if you want to clear a gap and you don't get enough distance just with a simple pressing A, you have to do the crouch jump type thing, and if you take damage, it's a lot to think about, actually, to see which technique you want to use when. But thankfully, with a Warthog to get me a little bit more height, I was able to just do a simple jump across. I hope at least some of that made sense. It makes sense in my head, kind of, just because I'm really knowledgeable about all the techniques. But if it makes no sense to you, well, I guess that's just too bad. So people really loved this jump. Oh my god, like, people just went nuts for this jump. He went so fucking high off of this. And I agree, I went really high. I was expecting just to get on top of this thing when I first did it. 2 fun facts about this jump. 1, this is a jump that Mr. Ollie did back in the day, so full credit to him. 2, I did this first try. It was like a 17-second recording. And right here, I turn the Warthog, I get out, and I press jump at this point. So when the Warthog hits me, I just get sent up this slope, and I survive. Whereas if I just got out and just didn't move, the Warthog would just mush me against the wall in a lot of circumstances. But because I jump, it doesn't kill me, and I just get sent, like, just boom. I go so fucking fast. You see it on the screen. You just see me, just boom. I'm fucking gone. Like, my fucking character model is, like, gone. The camera has to, like, catch up to me. It's so creepy. When I watched it over again, I just couldn't stop laughing just to see my fucking character model go flying. Like, you see it, it's boom, gone. He's already fucking up here, and the camera's like, oh, wait up. It makes me wonder if there's a way to, like, detach your model from the camera and just do some sort of really sick fucking glitch. Like, if you go fast enough, maybe that could happen. And anyhow, so yeah, I landed up here, and people were just like, oh my god, like, this, like, if I remember the comments correctly, people were just saying, like, the last few jumps in the video were just, like, so sick, and they started with the pipe jump, the previous jump, and then this one. I was like, I didn't even find them that special because they were so easy, but people really liked them. So now we on to, oh god, I sound like one of those Halo Twitch people. Oh no. Grapes. Grape and water break. Seriously, commentary for this long will eat your throat alive. So I'm trying not to have that happen. Oh, actually, fun fact about this commentary. I tried it before, and then it got really fucking dark in my apartment, and then there was a huge thunder clap outside, and it sounded like someone drove a fucking truck through my window. So I was kind of afraid that the power was going to go out, so I had to kill the commentary at that point. So we'll see if the weather holds. I do live in Canada. Weather changes every like half an hour here. So anyway, so onto this jump. This jump was really neat. I had to jump so I could get the plasma grenade exactly where I wanted. And then I fall down, and at this point here, I'm holding crouch, and basically when I hit here, I have to release crouch to then get a little bit of a bounce off of the hill. It's the same kind of jump as kind of the start of Pillar of Autumn when I jumped over the pipe twice, and then on top of the cafeteria table. Same thing here. I just hold crouch as I'm kind of sliding down, and I release to get a bounce on here. Otherwise, I wouldn't get enough distance to hit the side of this rock. So I hit the side of this rock, and again, I'm holding crouch here, and I release as soon as I hit this. And what that does is it pushes me off the rock, and I kind of get sent into this rock, which is sloped. So I hit, and I kind of go. It basically just looks like this. It almost looks like a half pipe in my mind. So you hit this, use it as a ramp, and you just get sent upwards. So all this momentum that you've built up falling down, you can then transfer it into upwards momentum if you do it properly. And that's what the grenade was for as well, to give me a little bit more of a dramatic upwards momentum. There you go. And this jump is really neat because there was one time where I went like over here when I got sent like over here. Sometimes I just landed like up here. Sometimes I got sent. There was one super jump where I went like almost over here. It was just there was a lot of different places to land, so I couldn't really decide which one was the sickest and which one I wanted to spend the most time on, because it was just so random. I didn't know what I wanted to hit and what I could hit, honestly. So when I actually managed to land here without dying, again, I had to do the crouch landing here, because if I just landed, I would have just died. So once I landed the jump, I was kind of just like, well, that's fine. And then, again, this is kind of where the accessibility of Halo 1 comes in, where if you've been inspired up to this point with the simplicity of Pillar of Autumn, and then it kind of builds up a little with Halo, and you get to this point here, and you think, oh, this jump is overpowered. He could land like over here. It's like, well, you can boot up Halo and do it yourself. That sounds kind of mean. But yeah, I got to this area, and it's really simple. Basically, it's on camera right now. You can take a Warthog and just drive on top of this hill. And there's like a lot of jumps you can do when you're on top of this hill, and I was looking for one, and I just happened to see those two rocks, and I thought, why not? So I landed here. Really neat little jump. Overpowered, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. I really enjoyed it anyway. So, fun fact about this jump, this was a deleted scene from my video Envision that I released on my old channel. Getting a Warthog on top of a base of a tower is a pain in the ass. For me. I'm really bad at those little things in Halo 1 tricking. Like, there's a trick where you can get a Scorpion tank on Assault on the Control Room, and you can bring it underneath the first suspension bridge. But in order to do that, you have to get it over. You just have to get it over like a jump, pretty much. And what you have to do is you have to put a ghost in a corner, and then you drive the tank on top of it, and you can just drive it up. But back in the day, I would just build a grenade pile, and I'd have to launch it over the fucking jump. It was so ridiculous. These little micro situations, I am terrible at in Halo 1. You have to drive the Warthog up a ramp and get it. You have to turn in a certain way, and it was just painful. So getting it up here was a pain in the ass. So I wanted to jump from here to here. I needed a Warthog to do that. But if you notice at the start of this jump, we'll get there. I'm good with the syncing, but that's actually kind of a fun fact about editing. When I remember when I was working on segmented runs, I was really good at, I was trying to find exactly where I would have to cut the footage, and I would almost always, with 80% consistency, pick the exact fucking frame that I had to use. Really neat. But anyway, so if I just started from here, and I just drove, I wouldn't have enough speed in the Warthog to make this jump, so I had to drive off the edge a little bit to then build up speed. And then I turn the Warthog, and I'm getting out, and you'll notice as I get out, I don't jump immediately. So once you do this, if you're like trying any kind of warthog flings, if you just like driving the warthog, get out and jump, you get a little bit of speed. You get to carry that. If you turn the warthog and get out and jump, you get a little bit more speed. But if you do this, if you turn the warthog, get out, and you wait like a split second, and you jump as soon as the warthog hits you, which you'll see in just a second. Boo! I just get hit with the back. You get so much more momentum. It's crazy. And that just happened to be just enough to reach here. And I was really surprised when I managed to make it, because it was just I just had this area in mind, and it just managed to work. And I was just, whenever that happens, because a lot of my jumps, people ask me how I come up with these ideas. Oh my God, how did you even think of that? That's just crazy. And it's always really funny for me because I don't want to be like mean or anything, but people will look at my jumps sometimes and just be like, "Oh my God, you're so creative. How did you manage to think of it?" And it's funny for me because I don't think these things at all. I think these jumps are just so simple and cute. I just want to do them. So, how the hell do I think of these jumps? And this is where I am particularly garbage at explaining things. A lot of people, particularly in the speedrunning community, will say ridiculous things like, "Oh, if you do this, the game thinks that you're doing that." And I think that's kind of a ridiculous thing to think you know. The game is thinking this. Like, did you ask the game what it was thinking? It's not thinking anything. What the fuck? So, like, if I got invited to one of those like SDA marathons, people were like, "How did you manage to like clip into the ceiling like that?" And I'd just be like, well, I used a shield and then it just put me there. Like that's the best that I can do. Like I don't have that kind of mind to like do calculations and logic and figure things out inside the game engine. For me, when I think of ideas, if you want to think of ideas like me, well, first of all, you can't, and I think that's perfect. I think you should develop your own style. Even if like your ideas mimic other people's ideas, you really need to put your own spin on it. So like how do I come up with my ideas personally? Um, well, I've been playing the game for a long time. That's like probably the best advice I can give newcomers who are like, how do you think of these ideas? And they want like a starting point. How you think of these ideas is you play a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, and you practice unintentionally for like a long time. And eventually it's kind of just second nature to you. Like at this point, I could probably run through the Halo 1 campaign blind. Like I have every map memorized in my head. And I'm really going to be dwelling on this for a while eating grapes, which are delicious. Um, Sounds kind of corny, but it's something my mother told me a long time ago. If you have to force something, you're doing it wrong. And I remember it was something that her like dad told her because he was like trying to fix something and he was just like tearing at it and like stabbing it with a screwdriver and some shit. And it's kind of like opening a jar. Like you see someone and they're just killing themselves trying to get this jar open, and then someone comes up and like taps the top with like a knife sharpener and then just pops it right open like it's no big deal. So I've kind of carried that throughout my life, just trying to think of just simple solutions for things. Like if I'm struggling with something, okay, there's clearly something wrong. If I have to force it, I'm doing it wrong. I have to find a simple way to do it. So because I have this whole campaign memorized, I have all the multiplayer maps memorized, I have all the techniques in my head at any given moment. Um, when I try and think of jumps, I just place myself. Like let's say I want to just stand here. And then I think, okay, where can I jump to? What is possible with the techniques that I have on hand? And a really simple solution, which really helps me come up with jumps, is let's say I think of a warthog, and it's on all four tires. So a really simple solution, a really simple way of thinking is to just turn it upside down. That's a lot, like I've solved a lot of different problems in life just by, like if I'm forcing something, I think, okay, what if I just do it this way and I just turn it upside down or something? And sometimes that works. If you just look at something that you're doing over and over again and it's kind of causing you pain, it's like, okay, I'm going to the left a whole bunch. Why don't I just look to the right a little bit? And then it's completely different. Like it completely changes the dynamic. So a lot of these areas, um, I'll just like think of the tower and I think, okay, so I like turn it on its side, or I'll turn the warthog on its side. So I'm kind of just bending the campaign to my will almost. And yeah, that is one way that I come up with my jumps. I just think of an area, and it's just a lot of practice. But how I come up with the ideas, this is another reason why I'm just like shit at this kind of thing. How do you come up with your ideas? And it's like, well, they come to me in dreams. A lot of the times I just kind of sit there and I just imagine for a while. That is literally what I do. Sometimes, like, I'll just be sitting here and I'll just think of something. And it's just like, oh, okay, that'll work. And I don't know that for sure that it'll work, but I just intuitively I just know, just by virtue of practicing for years, that it just will work. Hmm. So anyway, yeah, I dwelled on that for quite a while. But it kind of has a purpose because this next jump is really funny. This was the ender. I had no idea this was going to like cap off the video. Oh, by the way, fun fact: that previous jump was filmed with the Hapog HD PVR, and then you'll notice the quality changes. And I filmed the entire series on the Elgato Game Capture, except for the previous jump. That's the only one. It was a leftover from when I still had my PVR. So anyway, this was an idea that I had, and there's no rigorous testing that goes into a lot of my stuff. Sometimes I'll do like a dry run if I'm working on a really complicated trick, and I'll just try and like flesh it out and try and figure it out. But a lot of these jumps is just like I'll just get somewhere and just look around, and I think, okay, what can I use? What tools do I have at my disposal? And I had no, like, I wanted to get up here for some reason. I just thought I'll just get up here, and I'm pretty sure I can jump from here to here, just because I had that edge slide technique in my head. So yeah, if you want to come up with ideas, just practice a lot, and eventually you just develop an eye for it, and you start just, it's almost like your brain just burps up ideas. It's really neat. It's something I really enjoy. This is how I'm able to just like keep finding things in Halo 1 multiplayer when people are just like, how the fuck do you keep finding things? It's like an empty game. There's like nothing to work with, but your mind just like fireworks go off at some point. But anyway, so I fall off here, and somehow I just knew that I would be high enough to gain enough momentum to hit this edge slide, and then the edge slide would then transfer all of my momentum to this thing. Important thing to note here, I don't jump off of this sloped surface. You can't stand on this surface, so you can't jump off of it. I actually hit this edge right here. And I just press A as soon as I hit it. If I were to hold crouch and release, I'd probably hit that edge and suffer a lot of damage. Unless, and I think this is true, if I hit it absolutely like frame pixel perfect, I can survive pretty much any jump from any height if you hit it absolutely perfectly. But I have troubles with that, so I just pressed A, and that was enough to just barely. I had to crouch as soon as I hit the edge, so it was like really, really tight. Also, I don't know why when I do jumps, I'll like do the edge slide, and then it's almost like I curve a little bit. Hold on, let's see if I can. Like, instead of just like holding this forward, you'll see I kind of like look to the left. I don't know why I do that. I do it all the time, but it's just like a weird habit. And yeah, that's Halo. I really dwelled on a lot of that stuff for a while. This is gonna take a long time to get through this series. I just feel bad for you. I marked SM. So, on to Truth and Reconciliation. And this is where the series got interesting. And have I mentioned, these grapes are fantastic. God, I love having a day off work. So, for Pillar of Autumn and Halo, I mentioned this. Both videos end with the letters SM, and like I said, it stands for Spasmodic. When I left the name Slinky behind and I started fresh with Spasmodic, I was watching, like I said, a lot of Counter-Strike videos. The guy who I was watching a lot was named Spins. His name on YouTube is CS Spins. Spins spelled with 2 N's. It's all one word. And he would mark his videos with the same logo each time. a lot of his later videos. So I thought it looked cool, and I wanted my videos to be more like his, like a bit more professional looking, a bit more clean. In the past, I would think of ideas for new tricks, but when I started Spasmodic, I was thinking of ideas for editing. I wanted to experiment with it more, play around with type more. I just wanted to kind of be more artistic, I guess. Um, I really enjoyed it, and it felt right at the time. I was basically trying to stray away from my old videos, basically just do something different. Not out of disdain, I just had a desire to do something new. And I'm really glad I did. I know a lot more about editing now. But this video, I would say I returned to being slinky in terms of how the video looks and how I approach the jumps. And yet, there was a lot of spasmodic mixed in as well, so it was like a harmonious meeting and mix of the two styles. This series kind of forced me to merge my two identities, I guess you could say, and I'm glad I unintentionally set myself up to do that. I was tired of editing in SM each time, even if it was like a neat stylistic choice for me. I was kind of selling my brand, quote unquote. I felt like going back to focusing on the footage. Like, it's only natural, ideas change all the time. After I finished the series, I thought about going back and removing SM from POA and Halo, but I decided to keep the videos as they were. It was nice to see how the project evolved and became something new over time. The theme of the series was to take you on a journey through the campaign. I've said this a couple times. But as it turned out, I was on a bit of a journey myself. It sounds corny, but it's also true. Now, Truth and Reconciliation was interesting for another reason. There was a bit of a gap between finishing Episode 2 and working on Episode 3. I was a bit worried during that period. I thought I would never want to work on Episode 3. The idea of exploring TNR, it didn't really appeal to me too much. My mind only took me so far on this map. I don't know why. The other maps I don't have too big a problem with, but TNR has been a mental block for me for years. Unless I'm speedrunning on easy, then apparently I can find new shit all the time. I think it's because when I was tricking in Halo 1, I was on top of Halo, Silent Cartographer, and Assault in the Control Room like all the time. Consistently all the time, because that's kind of where you have to go. You have to like learn how to get on top of the map and do all kinds of stuff. But I only did a whole handful of things on TNR, so I don't have that same map in my head of what the map looks like from above. So yeah, if when I was speedrunning on easy, I could find stuff all the time because I was on ground level, so I could work with pretty much anything that I had there. But when I the idea of doing a jumping video on this map, when I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to get on top of the map. I just didn't have that same map in my head. It was interesting. And then one day I just kind of sat down and started landing jumps. I wish I could remember exactly what spurred me on. I think I may have just forced myself to do it. Normally I have a very relaxed approach to my videos, but that wasn't really getting it done here. Sometimes you just have to force it, and you can really surprise yourself. I surprised myself here. One thing that really helped, to be honest, was the detached camera. I found this really nice song. I think it's called Feel Good Instrumental by Broke for Free. And I started editing the video in my head. That's one thing that I really like doing with my videos. This is kind of the system I follow, where I find a song first, and then I build the video around that. It's rare that I will land jumps or get clips for a montage or whatever, and then try and find a song. I'm actually currently trying to do that for 2 montages right now, and I can't find music. I just can't do it. I have to find the music first. Otherwise, I'm just totally lost. So when I found this song, I started thinking of ways I could use the detached camera, and it really helped build this video in my mind. I struggled with it initially, but once I got that, it was really easy. Like, even historically on this map, I was thinking back to Halo 1 done segmented, and I remember Truth and Reconciliation was the last level that needed to be finished, and it was kind of on my shoulders to finish it. and I just didn't want to do it. It was the last level for a reason. Like I had done the library, and it was just like that level can be like fucking. It can be a goddamn nightmare. So to have truth and reconciliation, I was just dreading it for some reason. And once I actually finished the run, it was like, well, I could do a whole lot better, but we're just so stoked to have it done. It's just like, fuck it, let's just release it right now. So I think I ended that with like a 10:44 time or something. I don't know, but anyway, this is really cool. I'm actually in a cutscene right now. You can detach the camera in cutscenes for a little bit until like in this cutscene when the pelican is flying in, and then eventually I think it flashes white and you're kind of seated in the pelican. But in that moment, as it's flying in, you can detach the camera and you kind of get an outside view of the cutscene. I use this at a couple more times. I use this filming practice a couple more times in the series. So anyway, TNR. So the pelican's in. So I mentioned Halo 1 done segmented for another reason. When we were working on it, Skirty pretty much found all the tricks for that, like the shade launch and everything. He'd like found a way to make pretty much everything work. He like gave me the blueprint. He's like, okay, now go, do the fucking run. Stop being scared. I don't want to do it. Um, One thing he was trying to do on Legendary, he would try and grenade jump on top of this pelican, and then grenade jump on top of the map. But I had been jumping a lot up to that point, and he couldn't manage to he couldn't manage to do it. The timing was wrong, and the health was wrong with all the grenade jumps. And I thought you can probably just jump up this slope surface to get on top. So I jump, I hold crouch to slide up a little bit, and then I release crouch to give myself a little bounce, which gets me on top of the pelican. It was a really really nice, like just that was just such a good bout of teamwork just to come up with an idea, and then we both just contributed to it and we got it done. So I'm on top of the pelican, come over to this wing, and when I throw the grenade, you'll notice that I look to the left. And I do this so when I throw it here, it bounces into my character model and the frag grenade stops. It can actually get stuck like in midair if you do it properly. So if I were to just throw the grenade, it could just bounce right off the pelican. And sometimes even when you do this, it'll hit you and then just like fall through the wing. I don't know, like moving pelicans and stuff. Sometimes the grenades just they behave really differently. Like on Halo, when the final pelican is coming down, you can like throw a grenade into it, and sometimes it can just like go straight through the pelican as it starts bouncing. It's really weird. But anyway, so I do this, and the timing has to be so precise. In Halo 1, the longer you wait to do a grenade jump, the longer you wait for a grenade to go off, the higher you will jump when the grenade actually goes off. So I managed to get this really tight timing window where I jump on top of the pelican, get over to the wing, hit the grenade perfect, and then wait as long as I possibly can to do the jump. And that gives me just enough, just barely enough height and distance to get on top. So the pelican is actually like raising itself up this entire time, and you can see it's starting to take off on the radar right down here. So you have to wait until the pelican is like just about to take off and then do your grenade jump. It's like a really, really tight time window, but if you do it perfectly, you can actually get on top of the map, and you can see the pelican's like totally fucking gone. Oh, I thought I could manage to catch it. But anyway, so I was on top of the map, so I kind of, this was all kind of brand new to me. Like, I'd been on top of Truth and Reconciliation before, but I had never tried to find jumps. So this was all just fresh for me. So I was just looking around. I was like, oh, I see this rock. So I hit the side of the rock, and I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, I'm pretty sure I'm holding crouch up to this point. I release as soon as I hit the rock to like kill most of my fall damage, and it kind of pushes me into the grenade. And you'll notice I'm looking left. I'm not looking directly at the tree branch. I found I got a lot of momentum towards the right. I was landing on the rock a lot, so I had to like look to the left and hold forward, so I would like kind of push myself in the air. You don't have a whole lot of air control in Halo 1. Like once you're in the air, you're kind of just like, well, that's that's why curve jumps I thought would never really be a thing in Halo 1. It really surprised me when Skirty and DJ Dab did them because it was just like you don't have as much control in the air. Like Halo 1 physics feel kind of heavy, so I had to like look left a lot. And when I landed, I had to land because this tree branch is curved to the left and to the right, so when I landed, I had a good chance of falling off, and I had to crouch when I landed because this is actually not solid. I don't think these are either. This is the solid bit right here. I think there's actually a line you can see where it just dips off, and this is the solid bit. And I had to crouch in order to actually land on it properly. If I was just standing, I would have just hit my legs on here and just fall down. So I had to crouch, and it's a problem if you have a lot of momentum and you hold crouch to land. Sometimes you can just slide straight off. This is why on Assault in the Control Room, if you're familiar with Halo 1 speedrunning, when you do that second fall off of the bridge, people tell you do not crouch when you hit that edge because you'll just go sailing off. So this jump was really tricky. And it was almost dishearteningly tricky because I was thinking, fuck, I'm so unfamiliar with this map. And the first, like, pretty much, actually, no, this would have been the third jump I would have attempted. Third jump, first one on top of the map, and I'm just thinking, Jesus Christ, like, I'm starting off on, like, this is hard. I don't really want to do this. But I landed the jump. I just kept going. I don't know what the hell spurred me on, but I managed to land it finally. And again, the idea of the detached camera, it really gave this video a lot of structure because I kind of knew where I wanted the camera to be placed. Thus, I knew where I wanted to work from, so I kind of like compartmentalized the entire level. I broke it up into parts, which made it a lot easier to think about. I could just go section by section, whereas thinking about it as an entire map, it became quite difficult. So I'm on top of the map. This grenade gives me a little bit of push, just enough. If I were to just walk off the edge, I wouldn't have enough distance to get to this edge here. So this jump is special because I remember Skirty was trying it years ago. He tried to long jump from here to the other side. I'm pretty sure that's the order of it. But you're just so close to it. It's tantalizingly close, but you can't get it. It's just, oh, it's so irritating. So he was the first person I thought of. I thought, let's land the Skirty jump. So, that's again like this kind of this problem-solving thing that I do, where, okay, we're doing it one way, it's not working, how can we approach it a different way? And again, I had the techniques in mind about doing an edge slide, so when I hit the edge, I don't crouch or do anything, it's just a simple press A as you hit the lip, and I just get just enough distance to reach the other side. Really simple jump. Well, not really simple, but simple. And again, I fall off. I hit this branch. This is not actually the branch is thin enough to be considered an edge slide, but you don't really have to hit the branch like way over here like you would with like a typical edge slide. You kind of hit it almost dead on in a way. And this, I will say, this jump is a cautionary tale, because I landed it like second try or something, and the landing I was kind of like, I could land it better, so I tried to land it again. Here's a pro tip that probably actual good jumpers will give me shit for, but if you land a jump and you don't like the landing, don't fucking try and land it again, because you'll spend like the next 500 years trying to land it. I have done this so many times throughout my Halo career that I just need to like let go. It's like, okay, that was fucking terrible. Just deal with it. It's over. Just let it go. One thing I won't let go is just these grapes are amazing. The funny thing about this jump is that when I landed it the second time right here, I landed it the exact same way I did before. I tried to land cleanly on top of the branch, but I ended up sliding down. I was like, ugh. But when I landed it again, I was like, fuck it, it's done. So that's kind of where the video became a little bit tricky in my head, because I had now done 3 slide jumps in a row. And the problem with that is that I was worried the video was going to start to get repetitive. And that's a tricky thing, where it's just like a lot of the most impressive jumps that you can land in Halo 1, in my opinion, are edge slides and slide jumps, because like you expect to see them in Halo 2 and Halo 3, and you get them in Halo 1, they're just like really unique. But sometimes that's the only jump that sometimes those are the only jumps you can land. And especially on TNR, I was so unfamiliar with it. Um, I was only familiar really with the ground level of things. So when I was thinking about that, I was just trying to think of jumps that I could do in the first area, and it's just there's not a lot that I can use. I can jump on trees, but who the fuck wants to see me jump on trees over and over again? And well, I was thinking, okay, that would be really simple, and like who doesn't? Well, I mean, nobody likes tree climbing, but who doesn't love tree climbing in Halo 1? It's kind of it's like that rock jump on Halo, where it's at the core of tricking. You're just like, I want to get on top of that tree, so you jump. And but like I said, I wanted to do this series justice, so it was like I'm not gonna try and land the most high flying jumps I can, but I don't want to just jump on fucking trees and be like, hey, here's episode 3. So yeah, it was tough because once I got on top of the map, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna look around, and of course, when you're on top of the map, it's like, okay, the first thing in my mind I think is how many slide jumps can I land. So it was a bit tricky, but once I got rolling with this video, I didn't stop. So this is really neat. One part about the series that I really enjoy is that I want there to be something for everybody, and this is kind of a nod towards speedrunners. When I was working on Legendary, this was something that I was trying, and it was grenade points. When Master Chief Collection came out, I noticed. I noticed this way back in like 2008, but like in Halo 1 multiplayer way back in the day, people were using nade points to like get themselves weapons and power-ups, and it was really, really neat. There was a lot of places that like, oh, I'll just like line up here and throw a grenade and it'll land here, and I could either kill somebody, get a weapon, or get a power-up. Halo 2 was kind of the same thing. The trying to like kill people with grenade points didn't really exist too much, but people were still trying to get weapons. And then in Halo 3, it like dropped off the map completely. People weren't using grenades to like do anything. There was like hardly any unique grenades out there. And I've been watching a lot of Counter-Strike, and these guys will line up smoke grenades and Molotovs and HE grenades like you've never seen before. Like they put time into this. So I thought, why have we strayed away from that in Halo? Like I did that a lot in Halo 3 and Halo Reach and Halo 4, like a lot. Like I spent time trying to find grenades, and I have a montage coming out, hopefully soon if I can find fucking music for it, god damn it, where I use a really neat grenade point on Guardian to like completely flush out the sniper tower. It's perfect. But anyway, yeah, a lot of the Legendary techniques, people were just like kind of going head on and just like not I think just not using their surroundings and their grenades effectively. So I thought, okay, what can I do here? And it's perfect. You walk up to the rock and you line up a little spot on the planet or the moon, whatever this is called. And this grenade lands right on this turret. And if you're playing on Legendary and there's a grunt in the turret, just boop, kills him. And then it can block off this area a little bit too. So the grunts they can be like flushed into one specific area. You just line up your sniper rifle and just kill him. So I wanted people to like look at this and be like, it's kind of cool. Even though this jump is like clearly the weakest in this video, I wanted to jump from here up top, so I thought, how can I make it creative? But I wanted people to watch this and kind of think, okay, what can I do with grenade points in Halo 1 or any Halo game really? So anyway, there's that. So I'm moving this shade turret over, and this is the second jump in the series that I would describe as a happy accident. So, originally, I was trying to get the shade turret over to this ledge here, because this ledge, not many people know about it so far as I know, and the simple reason is because there's nothing here. Like, there's no real reason to go up here. Like, you're moving this way. Why the hell would you turn around and just look at this useless ledge? There's, like, nothing here, which makes me think there might be, like, a hidden Easter egg here or something, but yeah, it's just nothing. So I thought, okay, I'll put the shade turret on it, which was tough. I had to launch it in a particular way to get it over there. And the idea originally was actually to put the turret here, and then put my second player on top of it, and then I would like do a grenade jump and jump on top of the map. I thought, oh, I just want to get on top of the map. This is like almost the highest point. Let's just get on top of the map that way. I did it a few times in multiplayer. So when I got it here, I was trying to flip it over so it would land on its three little feet, and then this happened. I just got punted on top of the map. I was like, oh shit. it was a total accident. I didn't actually mean to get on top of the map at all this way. I thought that was really funny, and it was a really important thing to find, because it would come into play at many other points throughout the series. Using vehicles to flip, and it was a concept that I just started looking into a lot more. I remember I looked into it. Actually, you know what? I'll get to that part later, if I can remember. So anyway, I got on top of the map, so I was like, oh, okay. At first, it was so foreign to me that I was like using a grenade and trying to jump up here with the flip, and then I did that, and I was just boop, I landed up here normally. It was kind of neat. I've done jumps like that before, but it just never occurred to me to like do it here. So when I did that, it kind of opened up the level. So again, we're kind of on a journey. This is the same area. When I got on top of the map, I like walked all the way over here, and then I saw this edge, and I thought, oh, there's a gap here. I wonder if I can cross the gap. And for whatever reason, I just looked at this jump and thought, I can't do this. Of course, I look at it now, and it's like the most obvious shit ever. I could probably clear this gap with a crouch, release, and jump type edge slide. But it was pretty high up, so I just used a grenade and a simple press A off the ledge, and I cleared the gap. And I was just kind of thinking, huh. it was fun. This map was really interesting for me. Like I said, I was totally lost on it, and then like every jump that I landed, it was kind of just like new territory for me. So I landed this. It was like, oh, well, I guess that worked. So this jump is kind of neat. I started kind of rolling with the ideas at this point. Like, okay, I got a hunter. I got this big open area with lots of stuff in it. Let's see what I can do. And I saw this gap that I'm about to cross, and I thought, I'll just use the hunter to cross the gap. So the hunters are really neat. I love hunters in this game. You'll notice he's going to swing at me, and he just misses me. I like just get out of the way. I don't even know how the fuck I did it. Like, he's so close. Like, I just move. He must have missed me by a fucking pixel, and his armpit's right in my face. But you'll notice when he's doing his upward shoryuken, that he's shooting you up. If you jump over him at that point, he can launch you really high upwards because he's punching you upwards. Excuse me, but when his arm is coming down, that can send you a little bit more horizontally. So that's what happens here. And I walked off just a little bit, just so I'd be sure that I clear the gap. So there's some little, Jesus, I'm burping all over the place. There's a little tip about hunters for you. His first attack, when it goes up, it can send you upwards, and then when he's coming down, it can send you horizontally. Comes in handy a couple other times throughout the series. Like the next jump, for example. I hate this camera angle. I was trying to show me going inside the ship now, and the angle worked so much better in my head. And then when I finally got here, I originally put the camera here, and I tried just like going upwards slowly, but I couldn't see the fucking pink because my like graphics in custom edition were all messed up. So yeah, I ended up trying to do this, and I like moved my mouse a little bit, and it's like so apparent. Oh, I hated it so much. But whatever. Funny mistake I made here. I'm playing on Legendary right now. And I did that because in single player, if you play on Legendary, hunters spawn in this room after you've cleared this room of enemies. On easy, in single player, it's just a couple jackals. So I thought, oh, I'm playing on co-op right now. I will just play on Legendary so I can get some hunters. But I realized afterwards that if you just play easy cooperative, hunters will spawn in here. It's just kind of like, oh shit, I didn't need to play on Legendary, did I? But it's actually no big deal because I actually needed the extra health to do this jump properly. And I should make a note of this right now just because I said co-op. I'm actually playing in split screen right now. So what this would normally look like is actually like the video would kind of look kind of like this, where my mouse is. It would be like in 4:3, and I'd have player 1 up here and player 2. But in Sony Vegas, with the Event Pan and Crop tool, you can set it so you isolate just player 1 or player 2's screen. In this case, it's player 1. So it gives the illusion that it's like played in single player on full screen, quote unquote. All right. I remember some guy. That sounds so negative, but I remember this guy. He asked what the mod was for this field of view, and I just said it's no mod. It's just editing trickery. That's all it is. So anyhow, I got this hunter, and hunters are aggressive as shit on easy, like on legendary. On easy, if that hunter missed the swipe, he would kind of just like stand there for a second, and you have to stand close to him, and then he'll start chasing you, and only for just a short period of time. On legendary, this guy will chase you to the end of the fucking earth. So he's chasing me. I stick him, and I remember the idea for this jump was simple. It's like, I wonder if I can jump up here. And originally I was trying to just use the hunter jump to get up here, but he didn't give me enough height. So I thought, what if I stand on top of the hunter and then jump up here? And whenever the hunter was about to strike me, he would fucking like move around in a circle. So I couldn't get the height, so I just used a grenade. And it turned out to be a good thing to play on legendary, because like I said, I needed health. On easy, I would have just died instantly, but on legendary, I had just enough health to reach the top. And this is why I say this level is so interesting, because I just came off of Halo, where I started trying to go a little bit bigger with the jumps. So when I got to Truth and Reconciliation, the first thing I thought of was I have to get on top of the map and try and do some ridiculous slide jumps and stuff up there to like match up to Halo. So I kind of started out going a little bit nuts, and then once I got to the hangar, it's like, okay, there's not, especially towards the end of the level, there's like almost nothing you can do at the end of the level. So I just kind of ended it in the hangar, and I thought, okay, what can I do in the hangar? And I came up with two pretty nutty jumps, pretty insane jumps. But if it was just that, it's kind of like depressing, because then it's not really showing off what's neat about the level. So to start from quote-unquote insanity, and then just moving to simple, it was kind of like jarring for some people. I think I remember Mador saying that a lot of the jumps were really simple. I don't know if they have like a place in here. He said something like that. I don't really remember the exact way he phrased it, but it was kind of funny, where I'm just starting out with all of these like hunter jumps and slide jumps, and then I'm starting to do these like unaided jumps in the hangar that are, like, by comparison, are very simple. But I just started looking around and thought, you know what, I might as well just keep jumping, because the idea of this series is, at its core, simplicity. I'm not trying to find the craziest jumps I can. If I do, it's just, whatever, roll with it. So it was very interesting going from insane back down to simple. I really enjoyed that, actually. And this might be one of my favorite jumps in the entire series. The first one was the curve jump on Pillar of Autumn. This is also one of my favorites, because this is the second level of the hangar, and nobody comes up here anymore. Nobody, because speedrunning, you basically jump all the way to the top level and move through the level. You don't visit the second level ever, under any circumstance, really. So I started just looking for jumps and then I just found this like little thing, and there was a window right next to it. I thought, oh shit, I can just nick my feet on here and get in there. I love it so much. Like, who the fuck would think to look here? And I just managed to find it. It was just the funniest thing. And that's what happens. I nick my feet on here, and this pipe, this wall here, is curved, so I hit the wall and I can curve straight into the window, and I just love it. It's so simple. You can tell I love it because I put a fucking smiley face next to it, because it's just, I thought this was the silliest thing. And this looks like it's solid, this grate, but as it turns out, you can just walk off, and if you do it perfectly, you can land inside here. And you'll notice when I landed kind of like out, and again, that's this lip coming into play. And this jump was really, really simple, but as it turns out, it was very useful for episode 9, and I'll talk about that when we get there. We're only on episode 3 right now. This is ridiculous. So a little simple. You just basically just hold crouch this whole time, and when you're on the perfect point in the lip, you jump and you can get back up top. And this one was a pain in the ass because I had to clear out the hangar. I had to lead the hunter all the way up here, put him in this corner, go around the corner, get a checkpoint, and then it took a while to lead him here. I think it took like half an hour to get this all set up properly. So he goes here, he does a swipe, he misses, and this is because I need him to be in this particular spot. Once he's there, I time it, throw a grenade right at his head. If you throw it at like his arm or his gun, I think it just bounces right off. But you can stick him right on his face. And he hits me right there. And originally I was trying to use this technique to jump over here. It's really hard to see. But I was trying to jump over here, and I would jump and get a little bit of height. I would jump off the slope on one of these boxes over here, and I'd get on top of the ship. That was supposed to be like the end to the video, but it didn't work. But I had the hunter, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just jump somewhere. And I tried jumping like straight to the ship, but it didn't work. This, it was too close. It was way too easy of a jump, so I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll jump over here. And this jump was fucking hard. Like, he hits me, and then the grenade goes off. It was perfect. And lol, my ammo's at 69. But yeah, fuck, I would get sent like over here a lot. So like to actually get him in the proper spot and jump properly, line it up properly, it took a little while. So when I actually landed the jump, I was really happy. And this was the final jump. Again, this is the idea of me having a picture of an area, and then just trying to find jumps through that. There's a lot of grenades in this pile. I think this might actually... It looks like it's 9, but I think there might actually be 10. I think this might be 2 grenades. Or no, this might be 2 grenades. I don't know. Damn, that was a lot of grenades. I think there's 10 in that pile. Anyway, yeah, I just thought I have the overshield, and when you pick up the overshield, you have like a couple seconds of invulnerability. So if you pick up an overshield and then someone instantly fires 8,000 rockets at you, you will get all the momentum from those 8,000 rockets, but you won't die. So when I throw that grenade, and that grenade sets off that grenade pile, and I get pushed into this wraith, and the wraith is actually sloped, so I just walk straight into it pretty much. The grenade pile gives me enough push to hit the ramp, and I get sent right on top of the ship. Probably a little overpowered, but you know what? It was a nice little picture in my mind, so I landed the jump, and camera going away, I thought it was really neat. So that was episode 3. I'm going to eat another one of these fantastic grapes. I can actually already feel my throat starting to close up a little bit. Like fucking commentary. If you do it for an extended period of time, it hurts your voice. And I've been doing commentary for a while now, and it still fucks with me. Those professional guys, ugh, I would not want to be them. So anyway, episode 4. So I got this video out fairly quickly after episode 3, and again, that first shot was me detaching the camera during the cutscene as we're flying in. So yeah, I got this out really quickly after episode 3. I was really into it here, and I'm really glad that happened. Like I finished Truth and Reconciliation. It was just like I had conquered this thing that I just couldn't wrap my brain around. And when I got to episode 4, I was like, fuck, let's just go. I'm in the mood. But thinking about Silent Cartographer can be a bit of a strain for me. Off the top of my head, I can give you at least 5 different routes to take through the level, and they're all unique in a way. I've never been overly comfortable on this level. I find that I think about it too much. The level seems really huge, and it makes me want to do these huge, grand, amazing things, but you have to learn how to make projects small sometimes, and I really did that here. I was a bit worried after I'd finished the video that it would come out not as good as it could be. Like I'd get the feeling that I'd rushed it and I wanted to do more, but I was really happy when it was finished. I went into it with a decent amount of ideas written down in my notebook, and a few more ideas came to me by the time I'd finished, but mostly I stuck to the script and it did me fine. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, I do feel like I should have done more, but granted, I feel the same way about all of my projects, so whatever. Solid Cartographer is interesting in that way because, like I said, it's a huge level, but when you really look at it, there's not a great deal of stuff to do on it. And that might sound insane to old school tricksters and speedrunners, but if I were to compare Silent Cartographer to Halo or Assault on the Control Room, launching alone, the sheer number of ideas that come to me on Assault on the Control Room, it's ridiculous. It's really all about the small things on Silent Cartographer. That's what makes it such a great level, and I tried to highlight that as best I could. This video was really special to me for another reason. It was the last video that I made in my parents' house. Everything I'd done up to this point, up to whatever. Everything I'd done up to that point, I was at home. And now I was moving out. At the same time, I was moving on. It's kind of nice to think about. I had a pretty good run at home. I got tanks on bridges and stuff. I was fucking nuts back in the day. So this was like almost like an end of an era. So anyway, I don't know how this happened. I was like running through the level. I think I was trying to set up the pelican jump at towards the end, and I guess I ran through the level too fast and skipped too many load zones. And this fucking idiot was just here, and I found him on my screen, and I thought, this is a perfect intro. Because, like I said, this series has something for everybody. So if you want to try Halo 1 jumping, there's certainly lots of things to work off of. If you're a speedrunner, I'm sure you could probably think, oh, grenade points, I can work with that. If you're a tricker, you can find maybe simpler ways to do things or whatever. And then, like, for the casual viewer, you look at this and you're like, what the fuck is this? You start laughing. It just makes you laugh. It's just random. I love this camera angle because it's so dull. When I finished the video, I looked back. I was like, "Fuck! I should have like filmed, like put the camera here and like cut it a little bit to give it a little more flow. Otherwise, it just looks like a ridiculous scene from like Little Miss Sunshine or something. Where I'm just kind of like moving. It doesn't last too long, but for me at the time, I was looking at it, I was like, "This lasts for an eternity. Why did I do this?" So anyway, this is the first idea I had jotted down in my notebook because when I hop off the Pelican in my brain, first thing I'm looking at is this big structure, and I think, okay, what can I do? And I always want to do stuff with these little ledges here. They're too low to the ground to launch to and have that really be impressive. So it's like there's like nothing you can do here. Like I've launched Marines on top of here, but yeah, I just look at them and want to do shit with them. And I just thought of this. These jumps are also really popular in Halo 2. I think in Halo 3 to a degree. I did them a few times in Halo 1. So, this jump is really important to make note of because it messes with your brain. Right here, you think that you're going to hit your head on this, and when you hit your head on here, you're just going to go straight to the ground and die. But actually, you're not as close to that ledge as you would think. Your brain really plays tricks on you in this game. You think, oh, I'm going to hit my head. But in fact, you're a lot farther away than you think. You have a little bit more wiggle room. And conquering that kind of barrier is what enabled me to get on this lower platform. And I needed the overshield to survive the fall. And this is kind of like that jump at the end of Truth and Reconciliation. I pick up an overshield, and I use it to jump on top of the map. I wanted to make a note there about mods. If there was any health modifiers, I could just do that jump, just whatever. But because there's no health modifiers, I had to kind of work with what I had. And because there's overshields around, I thought, oh shit, I can do big stacks. This jump is kind of fun. I hit the slope on the rock. And I think I'm playing on Legendary here. Even on Legendary, if you have an overshield, I'm pretty sure if you just like aim a rocket at the ground and don't move and just fire, you'll just die instantly. So I had to like be a little bit off the ground and then fire the rocket, and you'll notice it still takes away like all of my shields pretty much. So this jump, I thought about putting like a warthog here, flipping it over to use it as a ramp, and just like, just do like a really sick, natural, unaided jump. Excuse me, to get on top of the Pelican. I tried using a grenade, but nothing was really grabbing me, and I thought, why don't I just use a rocket and just jump to the Pelican? It's a bit overpowered and kind of hopelessly simple, but it's kind of a nice jump, and what I really like about it is the accessibility. A lot of these jumps that I did, I knowingly did them. In the back of my mind, I kept thinking, I'm going to revisit this later and try and do it better. And this was like one of the first jumps where I was like, okay, I'm going to have this as an idea in the back of my brain. If I ever like watch these videos again, I'll just think, oh yeah, that jump. Now I want to do it this way. Kind of building and building on the jumps that you did before. I really like that. I like to call that technique stacking ammo. So I get on top of the Pelican. And again, I have the overshield. And when you have the overshield, you have a little bit more time with the fall timer. Without the overshield, well, first of all, I probably wouldn't be able to survive this jump. So I do a little slide. And so I land. I just land. I don't crouch because the what's the word for that? I'll just say these trees, the invisible walls that surround them, are really weird. Like they're kind of slopey. Like if I crouch when I hit this, it's possible that I could have just slid right off. Whereas if I just like land and I just don't move, I'm not going to get any slide whatsoever. So I just land and that's it. If I land, I'm not going anywhere. And the overshield lets me survive the fall. And yeah, just fun fact, if you have an overshield, you can you have like an extra second on the fall timer, I think. Something like that. So I jump along the trees. Notice I'm like dipping down and stuff, even though it looks like I should be like on top of the world. And look at that, like it looks like I can stand right on top of the branch, but I'm like floating in midair. It's kind of neat. I like that camera angle. This jump was hilarious because well, I hit the rock, little slide, grenade hits, and then I hit this little slope, so I go boom, and I land. And this jump is hilarious because in this area here is something called an infinite checkpoint. If any of you are familiar with Randall Glass, the guy who he was Mr. Warthog Jump, you should be familiar with him. That arch that he was launching the Warthog over is an infinite checkpoint area. Like if you drive through that, you'll get a checkpoint, and then you drive for like a little bit, and you turn around, you go back through the arch, you get another checkpoint. It just never runs out. You can get a checkpoint there infinitely, hence the term infinite checkpoint. So, as I do this jump, as soon as I stop moving, if you've ever played cooperative and you die and you're waiting for your partner and you see the message pop up, teammate is moving too fast, can't respawn, that's what this is doing to the checkpoint. The checkpoint is trying to activate right now, but because I was moving too fast, I can't get a checkpoint in midair until like I pretty much stop moving. And that's why when I landed the jump, I did like a little jump to get over here, just to like see if I enjoyed the landing. I was like, you know what? I enjoyed the landing. We'll just stop. Originally, I was trying to fall, hit the rock, and slide along the ground, and then jump up. But because I would be like on the ground for a little bit, not moving so fast, I was worried that I'd get a checkpoint. So if I failed, I'd have to like get back on top of the map again and try it again. It was such a pain in the ass. So I just did a jump, and then I landed, and I do get a checkpoint. If I were to keep this film going, you would see checkpoint done up here. The same thing happens to me in at the end of Feel, if you want to watch that video again. I get a checkpoint as soon as I land the final jump, because there's an infinite checkpoint up there. So anyway, fun little fact about this. Now this jump makes me laugh because when I was speedrunning Silent Cartographer, like I remember it was like me, DJ Dap, and Lawler. We pretty much all came up with the window bump. I think it was DJ Dap and Lawler. They found a way they positioned the Warthog, and then they threw a grenade so that the Warthog would flip into you and push you out of the window. The window I'm referring to is like all the way up here. And then I found out that if you drive the Warthog in, you can like turn it around and it can clip you through the window. And one thing that I was trying, then afterwards, because I was trying to find new ways to make Sonic Cartographer faster. One thing I found was the grenade jump all the way up here. So I had an idea in my mind for a quote-unquote ultimate route through Sonic Cartographer where I would use that overshield and jump all the way up here. And that skips so much of this mission. I thought like, oh, if you do this, you can go underneath 3 minutes. You can go under 3 minutes on Sonic Cartographer, no problem. But when I was trying it, I was trying to stack 4 plasma grenades so that as soon as they hit the ground, they would bounce a little bit, and as soon as they did that bounce, I would walk over them so they would all stick to my feet. Then I'd grab the overshield and I would get launched all the way up here. But it was just completely impossible to like time it properly. Like I tried it for ages. I couldn't get it to work. I knew that it would work. Mador tested it for me with like freeze time. He like stuck his feet with 4 plasma grenades, set them all off at the same time, and he had more than enough height to get up here. So I kept thinking about that and like I really want to get up here. So I stack I think it's 5 grenades. And stacking is when you throw a grenade at the ground, obviously it arms and it goes off. But if you were to like throw a grenade at this wall and then a second one at the ground, like as soon as you throw this nade and it's coming down, as soon as it's about to hit the ground, you throw a second grenade. Now you get the force of 2 grenades going off at once. So that's what stacking means. You're stacking grenades. So I have 3 here, and as they hit the ground, I throw a 4th plasma grenade. And I do that because when these grenades hit the ground, they bounce a little bit. You'll actually see this one bounces off the ground because if you throw it at a great enough height, it'll hit the ground and then bounce. And then once it's finally on the ground, it'll start glowing. And that's when you know that it's armed, and you have about like 2.5 seconds or something like that before the grenade goes off. And that's just enough time to switch to your frag grenades, throw another one, grab the overshield, and jump. Perfect landing, by the way, and this jump is hilarious because I was like, fuck, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that grenade jump. And then a guy named Savu, I think he has a time on Sonic Cartographer right now of 3 minutes and 19 seconds where he does the grenade jump, but with just like a whole bunch of frag grenades and plasma grenades. So funny. Because throughout this series, and like basically throughout my Halo quote-unquote career, I was thinking, how do I simplify things? How do I make things simple? And then an idea that I had was made simple on me. It's kind of funny, but really nice. So anyway, this Warthog is here to block the turret from shooting me. This is really funny. I like this jump a lot because I'm just trying to get on top of the map in a new way. When you go down and you activate the security switch and then you fight the invisible elites and you come outside, there's a crashed pelican down there. Like kind of in this area over here. You could just drop down, get rockets, get a Warthog, and just continue through the mission. For some reason, Bungie didn't think Bungie thought this was impossible, I guess. So they wanted you to come out of the security room, see the pelican, and think, oh, I have to get back down there again. So you would come through this area again, and when you did that, you would see the dropship start to take off. They wanted to have it so that the spirit dropship would take off, and you could see it in the trees, and you think, oh shit, there's enemies in this area. I got to keep fighting. But if you just fall down and then you like come back through this area, this thing is just frozen. So, but if you cross the trigger and I do it right here, you'll notice that it starts to move as soon as I cross this threshold right here. That triggers it to move. And it just starts raising up, and it gives me enough height to get on top of the map. And like I said, you're going to be coming from this area, and you'll start to see it rise up. It's a neat effect, but it's just kind of funny how simple. Like, I don't know how they didn't think that people would mess with this. But anyway, play on top of the map. And again, journey thing. I'm like, oh, I'm on top of the map. Let's get here and find a jump. And I saw this box and this ramp, and I thought, oh, well, that's a pretty simple-looking jump. So at this point, I crouch. And then I release crouch as I jump, not to get the most powerful jump I possibly could off of this slide, but because I needed to lower my character model enough so that I could hit this slide perfectly. And then I do, and it gives me enough height to get up here. Pretty sure if you were high enough, you could actually do that jump without the grenade. So I do these kinds of jumps all the time, love them. Tip the Warthog, and it gets stuck on the box. And it's kind of like that. There's a way that if you go to the Warthog turret on the back. Let's see if I can just line this up. I'll just watch this jump again. I love it. If you're like underneath the Warthog here, you can like line it up and throw a grenade so that the Warthog will balance on its nose. But it's so much easier to just like have it push into a wall, or in this case a box or something, and it just balances so perfectly. Oh, I'm having a hiccup attack here. Time to eat more grapes. I do this all the time. Not eat grapes all the time, though I wish I could, because these are amazing. Yeah, I use a Warthog. I kind of engineer my own jumps, we'll put it that way. I was trying to find a way to get on top of this with just jumping, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. There was like nothing to work with. So I just got a vehicle and used it as kind of like a stepping stool. And I get up here, and there was a jump there that was actually cut out of the final video. Aw, man, I went back too far. Oh well. The jump was to long jump from here over to like this pillar. There's like a little spot kind of like up here that you can crouch land on. But it was a little bit too weak to make it into the video. It wasn't interesting enough. I didn't find it, and it didn't really fit with the song. So yeah, I get up here, and then the Warthog is tipped over. And again, this is kind of another way I come up with my jumps, is that I'll think of the Warthog and think, okay, let's turn it upside down. And I can see things in that way. I can see things from many different angles, and that's what helps me come up with stuff. Like a Warthog on 4 wheels, I think, okay, I could turn the turret around and I can like extend its silhouette almost. If I balance it on its nose, oh, these wheels become ramps that I can then use for slide jumps. If I turn it over, oh, it becomes a ramp. It's really neat. I like that I can think of that. So I made it into a ramp, and there's a hunter. So again, his upwards shot misses me, and then his horizontal momentum, when his arm comes down, his horizontal momentum attack hits me, boom, and I go off the ramp. And it's kind of a funny jump because I could just jump off of his head, like with his upward attack, and just land up here. But I was like, well, let's just make this a little bit more creative and turn the Warthog over and use it as a ramp. So this jump was absolute hell. It was an idea that I just jotted down because I thought, I'm pretty sure I could clear this gap from here to here with a with a hunter and a grenade, because I had done the same thing on Truth and Reconciliation. I thought, there's no way that's like far enough away that I can't reach it with this. So I asked around to see if it had been done before, and I asked Goat Rope, and he said that Devin Olsen had done it back in the day, which doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise No Fire Frog either. Noffy Cakes. Shout out to Noffy. Anyway, I just wanted to do it, and it was a lot harder than I thought. The timing. Sometimes you throw a grenade at this guy and you'll just jump off and you'll just get hit with the grenade because you just hit him and he'll just stand there. Pain in the ass. But I had to set him up perfect so he would be at the exact right spot. Stick him immediately, and then I line myself up as best I can. He hits me, and I do like a perfect long jump off the edge too. And he hits me, I get hit with the grenade, and I don't crouch when I land, because if I crouched, I have too much forward momentum, I could slide clean off. Whereas if I just basically, it was kind of like that jump to the tree, that tree line, that foliage that I did earlier. Whereas if you just don't crouch or anything, as soon as you land on something, that's where you're landing. You're not going to move. So that's pretty much what happened. I had a little bit of forward momentum, but if I had crouched, I would have slid right off. So I managed to clear the gap. This one took me, I think it was 17 minutes to do. But once I finally got the positioning set up properly, it took me 4 minutes of attempts, and I got it. And again, this is something for everybody. This is kind of like a tricker's paradise here. This room has this blue hallway, we call it, has a lot of history in it. I remember Miss Man launched to it a whole bunch. Duquesne, most famously, got 3 warthogs and a marine in here in single player. Really neat stuff. So I kind of like sit in the room a little while. And then there's the simple jump. I hit the ground for a slide jump, and then my feet will nick the warthog. Pretty much it hits the tire. And it gives me enough height to get up here. Camera angle, warthog on top of the map. Fuck, I really suck at launching warthogs on top of this map. It's so simple, but for some reason every time I do it, they just fucking slide off. Every time. God damn it. Anyway, this was another idea I had jotted down in my notebook. I'd said warthog and ending pelican. And very simply, I just wanted to do something with the ending pelican. And this is, again, something for everybody. This was a tricking thing. Because back in the day, people did this a lot. They would find a pelican or spirit dropship, and they get on top of Silent Cartographer, and they drive the warthog into it so that when the dropship or pelican or whatever hit it, it would just send the vehicle flying. It's classic Halo 1. And I did this back in the day. I got a warthog on top, and I would just drive it into the pelican, and it would just like send me flying places. And it was just, you could do that for hours when you were a kid. It was so fun. So I had that idea in mind, just wanting to kind of have fun and play around with old things. And I thought, okay, but where can this actually take me? I'd already gotten over to this tree line over here, and I thought this is too far away. So I thought, why don't I get up here? And I actually had this down to a science. Like, I position the warthog just so, and it hits about here, so it sends me upwards. And about at this point in the spin, I start to get out, so that the warthog just barely hits me, and it gives me a little bit of momentum. And I just barely get here, because at this point here, I'm drawing this line. You can't stand on this part here, but you can stand here. I just barely managed to get it. And if I were to hold crouch, there's a possibility I could slide way alarmingly far down. So that was really neat. So this was the ender, and this was another idea, but a lot of the ideas that I have, when I write them down, they're ideas that I know will work. I just know. Like the pelican jump, I knew I'd be able to find something. It's just like impossible. Like, you're going to find something with that jump. And I thought, what? I used that shade turret on Truth and Reconciliation. Why don't I use the warthog to do the same thing? And I'm pretty sure I could probably use that to get up to the secret hallway. But when I wrote it down in my notebook, I put a question mark next to it because I didn't actually think it would work. So originally I throw the frag grenade here, and by the way, I get the checkpoint when I'm crouched. So when I revert to save, if I'm not holding crouch, I do like this funny little bounce thing. I wonder if you can see it in the video. Come on. I kind of like bounce a little bit. Yeah, there. That's all that is. So at first I was trying to just throw the frag grenade here and then flip the warthog and then like just rocket it kind of like at the wall. And I got like a little bit of height, but it was mostly because of the frag grenade and rocket. And I thought, oh, okay, why don't I just flip the warthog so then this side will flip towards me, and that gives me a lot more, it gives me more of a hit. Whereas this, I'm kind of like waiting for the turret to come in and just like poke me a little bit, whereas this part, the warthog will flip violently. If you notice, if you flip a vehicle over in Halo 1, sometimes you flip it over. Like, try this with a tank. If you want to flip a tank over, just throw a plasma grenade, quickly switch to your frag grenade, throw it, and then shoot a rocket. And you can flip a tank over. It's called a PFR, Plasma Frag Rocket. Timing takes a little bit to get used to, but eventually you do it, and you can knock a tank all the way over. And you can even easily do this with a Banshee. Sometimes if you try and flip a Banshee or a tank, sometimes it'll just like daintily just and just land back on its feet. It'll land upright. But there's sometimes where you try and flip it and it just like violently flips out. Same thing, same theory here. Whereas if you get hit with that like violent flip, you can use that to get a lot of height. So when I did this, I flip and you can actually see I get hit and with the Warthog, and then I fire the rocket perfectly, and I'm like, and I basically just get a launch. If you're familiar with Halo 1 launching, well, basically, if you're not, if what you do with Halo 1 launching is like you have a Warthog on all fours, lol, and you have a grenade pile. You can throw a grenade to set off the grenade pile, jump, and you mash X, and that flips the vehicle. And when that flip occurs, you're invulnerable for a few frames. This is the best of my knowledge, and you can use that to like launch on top of blue beam towers, or you can get really sick horizontal launches. It's kind of the same theory here. So when I did that, yeah, I basically just flipped the Warthog into me. Same thing, same idea as a launch. But this is more jumping. Launching tends to be, you have a grenade pile. But this is more jumping because it's a lot more minimalistic, if I'm using that word properly. And yeah, like I had a question mark next to this idea, and then I actually landed it with room to spare. I was like, holy shit. Landed it. And it was launching-esque, but I considered it more of a jump because it's kind of like a stack or frag and rocket. And I think that kind of qualifies as a jump. Oh my god, these grapes. I was really happy when I landed that. I was almost like in shock for a second. Alright. So that was Silent Cartographer. And now we are on Assault on the Control Room, Episode 5. So, fun fact, 343 Guilty Spark is my favorite level in the entire Halo series. But for tricking, AOTCR is my favorite level. My creativity shines on this level more than any other. I don't know why. In the beginning, I just took to this level really, really well. I have a staggering number of ideas on this map. I'll probably never reach the bottom of the well. My favorite multiplayer map for jumping would have to be Chill Out. I found a lot of shit on that map. It's so cool because it's so tiny you wouldn't think it. Favorite matchmaking map? Easily Turf in Halo 2 because it's impossible to play seriously. But anyway, AOTCR. This was the first video I worked on in my new apartment. To put this bluntly, moving in was hellish. That whole time was hellish, actually. But after physically moving in was over, after the stress of moving in had faded, and my girlfriend and I got back from San Francisco all sunburnt as shit, at a certain point, I found myself sitting at my computer wondering what to do. I wouldn't have internet for the next week and change, so randomly one day I just started working on this. It felt so weird working on my first video in the new apartment. It felt so foreign. I was kind of thinking, as moving in, I was like, oh, I'm not going to have any time to game anymore because, I'm becoming a responsible adult. I was leaving the comfortable surroundings of home and I had no free time. But, goddamn, I loaded up AOTCR and I was like the Karate Kid. It all started coming back and I just took off. It's nice looking back on this video knowing it was the first one in my new apartment. It was like the start of a new era. And I kind of think about that sometimes. Like I'm really glad that I took to Assault on the Control Room the way I did, because if the first video in the new apartment was Truth and Reconciliation, I don't know if I would have been able to finish this series. So anyway, shot of the cutscene, me flipping the shade. And this is the third happy accident. So, on Truth and Reconciliation, I did a pretty simple shade flip to get on top of the map. And I thought, oh, that worked, and it gave me a nice little push. And because these lights here that I'm trying to jump into were not too far off the ground, I thought, shit, I can just use the shade turret to do the exact same thing. It'll be the perfect height. And I watched TNR over again, and I realized that the shade turret was on its right side, so I thought, okay, I'll just recreate that here. And then this happened, and I got shot really fucking high upwards with the turret. I was like, holy shit. This is when I first landed the jump. I tried to land it like again, partly because I was just like, oh my god, this is so much fun, but also because I sustained damage from the fall. Like, that's not neat. I have to land it again. But I just kept this instead. So, just to talk about the editing for just a second, this font is called Ostrich Sans. Say that 5 times really fast. It's neat because it comes, if you go, it's a free font. If you go to fontsquirrel.com, you can find it. You can search for it. You have to download it if you're going to do it. Cautionary tale. If you're going to download it off of FontSquirrel. Don't download it off-site. They give you an option to download off-site for some fonts. Don't fucking do that in any circumstance. I mean, like, if you have fancy virus checking software and blah blah blah, and you like kind of know what's coming. I have some software like that on my computer, but I tried downloading a font once off-site, and it just fucked with my internet. I had to use a different computer and get something on a USB stick, and oh man, it was just a pain to fix. So if you're going to download it off FontSquirrel, and you can get Ostrich Sans for free. And it comes in 3 different, I guess 3 different weights, I think is how designers refer to it. There's Ostrich Sans, which it almost looks like there's a line cut through the middle of each letter. There's Ostrich Sans Dashed, which looks like a little horizontal lines. It almost looks like these were like cut with knives. And I don't really like the dashed font too much. And this is Ostrich Sans Rounded. And this is not bolded. This is bolded. And it's really neat when Project Jump is like all one word. I don't have to put a space in between because the spaces are so dramatic. It's like it kind of just looks like there's a space when these are side by side. Anyway, I mention this because when I first started the series, I wasn't really thinking too much about getting to episode 10 because I'm terrible with series. I just kind of assumed that I wouldn't get there. I wasn't really thinking about designs at that point. So, for episode 1, I spelled out the number. And then for 2, 3, and 4, I used the number. And then episode 5, I go back to spelling it. I go back to spelling out the number. And it was a bit weird for me, but I did it because the 5 in Ostrich Sans looked a little bit weird. Like the curve of the 5 was a little bit too close to like the 90-degree angle part of it. So I went with 5. It was just a design choice, in case you were wondering, which you probably weren't, but I'm kind of comforted by the fact that no one has managed to listen this far, so whatever. Nice little intro. This is just an edge slide, kind of tricky. This pit is called like the fog pit. I think Dark Helmet called it that. He launched out of it once. So cool. I just barely managed to miss this wall. It's kind of a tricky jump. Crouch land. This jump really simple. I get the Banshee, and you can actually see my Banshee. I got on top of here and just did like a kind of jump out and land on this. I landed this first try. Really simple. And it's kind of funny because on this mission I kind of start off a little bit simple, and then it goes into crazy territory, which is kind of fun. And then like kind of back to simple for a second, and then back to crazy territory. That was really fun about this series, having that much freedom. So this was a trick that I found a long time ago. I was trying to find ways to speed up Assault on the Control Room because it was kind of like a blank slate for a little while. The route was pretty much set, so I was looking at it thinking like, how could I find ways to speed this up in little ways? Because it seemed like no one would be able to like really break the record substantially on Assault on the Control Room. So I thought, okay, what little micro adjustments can I make? This was one of them. I think this saves like a second. And it's combining this first fall off the bridge with the second fall. So you land here, and it's kind of like a dip. So I hit this side of the lip, and I don't jump right away. I kind of like stall for half a second, and then I jump. And that gives me enough speed, enough distance to hit this part here, which is where you're supposed to hit when you do the fall. And I just barely, you can see the edge, I like just barely managed to. If I was crouched, I would have just flew right off. But if you're doing this fall in speedrunning, like I said, do not crouch. You just hit it and you just run forward and you'll be fine. I managed to land it. That took me, I think, 3 tries, maybe 4 tries. It was really funny because my friend Schemy, good friend of mine, excellent Counter-Strike player. I remember he was commenting on this. He's like, "Fuck, it's the hardest jump ever. I can't do it." And I got it in 4 tries. I was like, "Oh, I'm so good at this game." Hey, I didn't say I wasn't a dick. Come on, man, give me a break. Anyway, just busting his balls. That's all. Nothing serious. All right, so here we go. I try and do the same thing. It would have been the 3rd jump in the video, where I jump from on top of that thing and I land on top of a door frame. I was trying to do the same thing here, but you'll notice when I jump off that this edge is too far away. I can't land on it just naturally. I tried using a shade turret, like grenade it off the bridge and then like flip it in midair so I could land up here, but it just didn't. I couldn't get it to work properly. So I did this. I get a Banshee stuck in the bridge and I land on its wing, which gives me the surface I need to do the jump properly. I love doing that. And that transition is probably like one of the fanciest transitions in the entire series. I think I do like one fancy effect on Pillar of Autumn. There's not a whole lot of editing actually done in this series. A lot of it is just like clip, 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 clip. I just like insert the clips into Vegas and it's basically just like done. A lot of the syncs, like the audio syncs with the song, are done completely by accident. Like there's many times what I like to do when I edit, I basically when I first start, I basically put all of my clips in the order. There's no rhyme or reason to the order a lot of the time, and I just put them all in. Even in just like a regular montage, when I do montages like Halo 4, I label my jumps, I label my clips by map. So like on Halo 4, it'd be like Adrift, and then Haven, and then there's like all these Ragnarok clips in a row. So it's just, but anyway, a lot of the time, yeah, just a lot of the syncs line up. But anyway, I mentioned this on Silent Cartographer, how there's a way, if you aim at the right spot, to balance a warthog on its nose with a grenade. I can't remember the exact lineup. I sort of remember where it is. You have to like line up this part of your crosshair with like just above this point on the war. It's weird, but anyway, a lot of the ground on Assault on the Control Room is really uneven. So, excuse me. You'll notice the suspension on the Warthog. This is quite a bit higher than this. So the original grenade point, it only really works well on flat ground. Whereas if you're on uneven ground, you have to like adjust where your grenade is going. I really gotta stop doing this, but it's so fun. So I had to find a different way to balance the Warthog. So I managed to find a way, but I was kind of like testing, so I start jumping here. And that's because every once in a while on this map, I'll just get like a random checkpoint. Because my second player, you see the triangle, he's in the tunnel right now, and in this big ass tunnel, there is a infinite checkpoint, just like on Silent Cartographer, and you get this one as many times as you want. And sometimes if he's standing in that tunnel, and you're moving around, you're adjusting things, I've had moments where I'll just walk up and like blunt strike a shade, and I'll just get a checkpoint randomly. It's weird. So because I needed this Warthog to be in a very specific spot, I needed to try over and over again to find out exactly how to balance it. I needed to jump after I threw the grenade, because if this thing tipped over and I was just kind of like looking at it and I got a checkpoint, it's like, fuck, I have to set it all up again. So I jump, and it's the same kind of principle as that jump on Silent Cartographer when I said if you're moving too fast, you won't get a checkpoint. Same thing here. If you jump, you can delay a checkpoint, or most of the time cancel it out completely if you're jumping. In this case, I would just be delaying it. if I was actually going to get a checkpoint. So I just keep jumping here to make sure I don't mess anything up. Me on top of the cliff. This is the starting place. I intentionally look at this hillside. You can actually see my Banshee from where I like dropped off. I intentionally look at this hillside. This is not necessary to the jump to actually pull it off. You can just like move backwards into the wall. It doesn't mean anything. So I do this, and then I do the jump, and I do this jump because this particular fall is a pain in the ass for me. Because I want, in speedrunning, you go down here. I always wanted there to be a way that you could like slide from here and go in this direction and go straight to like the ghost that you need to get into. But there's like no way to do it. It was so frustrating. So I've always wanted to do something with this slide, and I use this slide in Envision. I like hit it, and then I hit a tank, and I go way up top. But in this circumstance, I was just like, you know what? I'm really into engineering my own jumps. My creativity kind of flourishes when I include vehicles, because in Halo 3, in particular, you have so much to work with. You got pylons, computers, little fucking radios. You have turrets, pieces of vehicles, gravity lifts, all kinds of stuff to work with. Halo 1, you're stuck with what you get until you add vehicles into the mix, and you can like flip them over. You can do all kinds of stuff. That's where the creativity flourishes for me. So I just put this at the exact point I knew where I would end up with the slide. Really simple slide. I don't even think I hold crouch or anything. I just slide jump. And the landing was actually quite difficult because when I hit the Warthog, a lot of this suspension is sloped, so I would hit it and I would just go flying off, or I would die on impact. But I managed to hit it perfect right there. And on my old channel, this kind of looks like No Face. Yeah, this kind of looks like No Face. It's weird. Anyway, on my old channel, I made a video called 12 Ways to Get the Bandana Skull. And it was a creative exercise that I used to do, where I would pick a spot, and I would try and figure out as many techniques as I could to get to that spot. And Mador actually assisted me in a video called Singular, where we did that on Blood Gulch, and we came up with like so many techniques to just like get all different, all unique in a way to get on top of this one pillar. I did it first in 12 Ways to Get the Bandana Skull, because people were making tutorials for the Bandana Skull at the time. Halo Anniversary just came out, and they were saying, "Oh, you can do this. You can grenade jump. Make sure you do this. You can get an overshield." And it was kind of like rudimentary, and it's fair. You want the simplest option. But I looked at that and I just thought that's just begging for creativity. It makes me want to watch the video again right now. So it was actually a really popular video. I think it has like 100,000 views right now. It was really surprising. I bring this up because the quote-unquote sequel to that was however many ways to get the fog skull, which is located up here. And one of the ways that I came up with was a ghost flip to get up here and then inside the room. The fog skull would be right here. But I couldn't figure out how to get the damn ghost flip to work. It worked like a couple times on Blood Gulch, so I thought, oh, I'll just do it here. And it kept fucking up in the campaign. I was so angry. But I managed to get to work here, thankfully. And the video never came to fruition because I think the ghost flip was the first jump I was trying, and it just kept failing over and over again, so I was like, fuck it, and I just didn't release the video. And now it's just, Halo Anniversary's been out for too long. I can't do it. But anyway, so I get up here, and that was nice. This jump originally landed by DJ Dap. I don't remember which video. I think maybe eccentric jumping. This is a really nice jump because it kind of plays tricks on your mind. This corner, it's really faint probably in the YouTube version, pretty decent on my screen, but there's a little point here, and it kind of disappears as you're doing the long jump. Well, that's because it's off your camera, but you can still jump off of it. Just because you can't see it on your actual camera, you can still jump off of it, and that's where a lot of long jumps on Halo 1 comes from. You can like jump off the very, very edge. Sometimes you trick yourself into jumping earlier when you don't have to. Whereas Halo 2, like I could jump like way the hell out here or something and be fine. Anyway, kind of a tricky long jump. There's not a whole lot of room to work with. You have to like hit the jump perfect and aim at a really certain, not a really specific spot, but you really do have to aim at your destination quite bang on. Not too far to the right, or you like hit this lip here and you fall off. Crouch as soon as you land. It was actually quite a tricky jump to land. Props to DJ Dab for landing that back in the day. Christ. And Singular was a really good video to bring up because I fucking suck at warthog flings. I really do. Not only that, but when it comes to turning a warthog and like hitting a rock, I am so fucking bad. I remember when I was trying Singular, trying to find jumps for Singular, I was jumping off of a rock and trying to land on top of the pillar in that video, and I just couldn't do it no matter how hard I tried. And I gave the idea to Mador, and he landed it like 7th try or something. I was just like, come on, man, that's not even fair. So I looked at this rock and I looked at this door frame and I thought, fuck, I have to do a goddamn warthog fling. There's no way I can do it. And it took me a while. This is probably the hardest jump in the video for me. But I actually managed to hit it, and it made a loud ass noise when it hit the rock. I was like, ugh, fuck. But yeah, I got on top of the door frame, and this was one of those ideas where I'd put a big question mark next to it because it was a warthog fling off a rock. But I got it done. Alright, this is how I got the Banshee stuck in the bridge at the beginning. Really simple. And then I just blunt strike it so I can get over to here, where you obviously just like can't jump to unaided. Cue camera angles. I really wanted to jump off of this and land down here, but of course this surface is sloped downwards, so I just put the Banshee there to stop my fall. I love this jump so much. This was a jump I landed in eccentric jumping back in the day, and I still remember what Skirty said. He said, "I don't know how you find these things." And even then, I was just kind of like just looking around, and I thought, "Oh, I'm here. I'm pretty sure I can get over here." Really simple jump, but I just like it because it's an area that not a lot of people would think to look at, I think. Just based off the fact that Skirty is amazing, and he complimented me, so it's like, no one else would think to look there but me, clearly. But anyway, yeah, really simple jump. You just kind of do like a little long jump and curve around this thing and you land. Now, this area, I have to say, this area that I'm in right now, this whole gigantic place, my creativity, if you had to pick one spot for yourself in all of Halo, it's like, where is the highest frequency? Like, if you were to put, draw a heat map of your activity for an entire game, a lot of jumpers in Halo 3, they'd probably land on like Last Resort, for example. There's like a whole lot of jumps you can land on that map. For me, my heat map for all of Halo would be this area. I have found so many fucking launches in this area, so many tricks. It's just ridiculous. For some reason, my brain just opens up. It's like I'm on LSD when I get into this area. It's ridiculous. When I was filming Dosage, which was a launching video in Halo 1 that I never finished because like all the ideas I had were pretty much impossible. Though I'd really like to go back and land some of those launches again. I lost all my footage from my DVD player. Fucked up the disc. Oh, I'm still salty about that. Anyway, what the heck was I gonna say? I don't know, maybe eating one of these delicious grapes will wake my brain up. Right. Honestly, I had so many ideas for Dosage in this area that I could have made an entire video. A pretty long video in this area alone. So that's why the highest frequency of jumps in this video are filmed in this area. So this was a jump I'm pretty sure Big Grunty Thirst did back in the day. I remember he crossed from this broken bridge to the other side. I'm pretty sure he did a Warthog launch to do it with like a frag and a plasma and a rocket. Actually, it would be plasma frag rocket, obviously. But I just really wanted to cross this gap, and this is not really a jump per se, but it's like kind of a jump. But anyway, if you want to have fun with Halo 1, get a tank, put it sideways, and drive a ghost like right here. Just drive right into it, and you'll get sent flying. You can like get right on top of Sidewinder with it. So much fun. Although if you're playing on MCC, I don't think you can get on top. You can't get on top of Silent. You can't get on top of Sidewinder in multiplayer because it's based off of Halo PC, and there's a bunch of barriers there that don't otherwise exist in on the Xbox Halo 1. I'm saying a lot. I feel like Barack Obama. Anyhow, I go off this, so I get the height, and then I turn to the left a little bit, so it's going to put me into like a spin, like those ribbons that the ballerinas use in the Olympics or whatever they're called. Those gymnasts, they're ballerinas. So anyway, at this point, I'm in enough of a spin. I get out, Ghost hits me, and it pots me out right here. Damn, this looks like I didn't disable resample on this clip, but it's just how the box looks. I was doing this on easy, so I got hit with a grenade, so I have no health left. So if I land and I take any kind of damage, I'm dead. So I had to land here. And you'll notice when I landed, I had to crouch so I wouldn't take fall damage. And you'll notice, because I had enough momentum, I slid all the way to this wall. So let this be a reminder that if you're going to land something, sometimes if you don't have to crouch, you might as well just not. Otherwise, you're just going to slide off whatever you're trying to land on. So I crossed the gap, and I was actually going to make this jump a standalone video, but I thought it was cute enough to I just decided to put it in here. So I balanced the tank against the wall, which is super easy. Just doing it regularly on a flat surface can be kind of tough, but a wall, it just kind of just like rests against it. So I tip the Warthog over, and you'll notice it's kind of like angled more to the right. I had to blunt strike it a little bit to get into the proper position. That's why it doesn't look exactly the same in this shot here, but no one wants to see me blunt striking a Warthog. So I get out of the Ghost for some extra speed, go up the ramp, land on top of the tank. It's almost like Halo 1 Forge mode. Cute little jump. That caught a lot of people's eyes. And this jump, originally I was starting from that large pipe, and I really wanted to fall down and hit like some kind of ramp, probably made out of a tank, and use it as to carry my momentum. I would slide along the floor and hit like an overturned Warthog here as a ramp, and use like a rocket and just like jump on top of here, kind of like a big half pipe. But I never managed to pull it off, so I decided to do this instead. I had just had second player. I think I had like my foot on the analog stick and just like moving it backwards, and the Banshee moves much slower going backwards than it does forwards, so you can stand on it. If you're going forward, you'll just slide right off or you'll die. So I had enough, and right there, this is player 2's view right here, and I liked it because you can see player 1 jumping off the tail end. I managed the jump. It's not really that impressive. I would have liked to have landed something bigger there, but maybe in the future we'll see. This was another idea that I had a picture of the area in my head, and I thought, oh, I could probably just get from here to here, and so I have both sides of the equation. What can I put in the middle? And I thought, oh, Warthog. So I decided to launch it, and this was a question mark because I don't know if it's going to give me enough of a hit if I can launch it this high. So I do it, and it's coming up, and you'll see it's there. It's on the screen for just like a split second. Press X to flip Warthog, and I do that, and you'll notice the Warthog is kind of going at. It's getting launched right at me. Like it's going where it's going. It's going into like a perfect. I don't even know. It's kind of like a perfect spiral almost. And then when I flip it, you'll notice it flips it in midair. Instead of just going straight as it was, it kind of just goes like this. It's fucking weird. But that hit was enough. And like I said, with the launching thing on Silent Cartographer, if you press X at the perfect time, you can survive it. Whereas if you just press nothing, the Warthog would hit you and you would die. So you need to be like mashing X at that point. And I actually managed to clear the gap, so I was pretty happy, as you can tell. And fun fact, this may be one of my most favorite jumps in the video. I think this is like my third favorite. No, no, this is number 4. But it's just so funny because I was doing all that insane stuff, and then I just jump on top of this glass, jump from bridge to bridge, and actually you can make the jump easier by jumping on top of this thing here, and then on top of the glass. It's a really, really simple jump, but for me I had to jump. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I use this sloped surface, jump off of that, and then I get on top of the glass. And I like this jump a lot because of the way I move right here. Like, perfect. I don't know how the fuck I did that. God damn, I couldn't even do that with a mouse if I wanted to, and it was just perfect. I just loved the way I had like such a good flow while I was working on this video. So satisfying. I just felt myself moving in a really satisfying way. And this is a slide that is so easy to hit, and I've always wanted to just clear this gap with it. But I needed a grenade to do it, which was kind of disheartening. But it's one of those things where, okay, I see how it works. In the future, I can revisit it and see what I can do with it. Alright. This camera angle was a bitch to get, because like I said, I can only view myself through what the camera sees, so I'm essentially blind at this point, so I had to line up. Well, first of all, if you're playing on easy, and there is a blue elite, and you hit him with a plasma pistol burst, and he's like and he's standing still, he'll go ah, and he'll freak out and he'll start chasing you, and he'll basically chase you to the end of the earth. Sometimes you can kill him by accident. Sometimes he'll just like move side to side, and then he'll run away from you. But if you do it right, he'll chase you. So I had to line up the shot, detach the camera, move it here, and then shoot him, and then like run blind in this area. It was a fun camera angle to get, even though it was difficult. So, this jump, well, series of jumps, I should say. If you go back and you watch Envision on my old channel, I use a flood, and I guess I should say, as I readjust, this surface I'm on right now is impassable, I guess is a word. You can't stand on it. So if you fall on it, you'll just slide down. So I always wanted to find a way to like beat that. And the first way I came up with was on 2 betrayals. I use a flood, and flood will stick to this surface really, really well. So you can just like jump on top of their head and just walk up. It's really weird, but yeah, you can do that. And they do that because flood, once they're stuck on this wall, they kind of just like move forward. They don't run around. Whereas the elite, if I tried to like set it up here, sometimes, like, if I'm standing on top of his head and I'm, like, right here, he'll just, like, do a circle and then come back to hit you. It's weird. But if you wedge him in this corner here, he'll just keep following you up the corner. So I use that to my advantage. And I basically skip a level of the Citadel, and I jump up here to a little area that I guess not many people know about, which I also like. I think it's kind of neat. This jump, this was an old speedrunning trick. I remember DJ Dap did. He did some kind of jump here back in the day. I don't remember what it was. Like he jumped, I almost feel like he jumped from further and he landed like over here. It's very vague. He showed it to me once, years ago, so I can hardly remember what it was. Anyway, you'll notice that the ledge is actually marked with a black spot. I think I shot a plasma pistol there. But it's very faint, but you can jump off of this bit here. I was like, okay, how can I use that? So I'm holding crouch. I release crouch at that point to get a bounce, much like I do on Halo. When I hit that big that slide off of those 2 rocks, that gives me enough distance to reach this edge. Hit the edge. I just do a simple jump. I just press A at this point. Don't do the crouch. I take no damage from that. That was weird. I was like, ay, 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 ay. So I take no Jesus Christ. I take no damage from that. And as soon as I hit the edge, Ah, get back there. I look to the left, and it's because if I just kept going diagonal, watch what would happen. I'd completely miss this thing. I just keep going in this direction. It's like, oh, fuck. So I had to look, get hit with the grenade, and I don't crouch again when I hit here, otherwise I'd slide right off. But there was a lot of room to spare, which makes me think that this jump could be landed unaided, and I might actually give that a try for an upcoming project. Hush hush. Spoiler alert. Preview sneak peek. Lucky you, you listen this far, you get to like know about my secret projects now. Even so secret, it's not actually mine. Anyway, yeah, so this one was kind of weak, but again, it's this. I like stacking ammo. It's kind of just okay. I know that this can be done now. A lot of this stuff, my imagination will just kind of take me there, and then once I get there, reality sinks in. Sometimes it's like, oh fuck, now I can't do this. But so this jump worked, but not exactly the way I thought. So now I have a little bit more data to work with. Anyhow, this jump was. It had a huge question mark next to it in my notebook. I should take a picture of it, actually. Because I was thinking of ideas in this area, and I was kind of doing it gingerly. These guys are hanging off the edge. I never noticed that. I was just doing it gingerly. Just not really thinking about too much. And then I just thought of this huge ramp and a clear landing spot being this snow bridge. And I thought, no, there's no way that could be fucking done. So I go to the Banshee, and fun thing about this is that when I filmed this camera angle, I didn't put the Banshee up there first. I just wanted a shot of me running up the Citadel. Really easy to do, by the way. Remember that jump that I did? It was kind of like over here on the snow bridge, where you just fall, and I hit the slide, and I land over here. You just do that to fall down, or you can just go through the level. But anyway, you just basically just go to the base of this thing, and you can walk all the way up and skip like the entire Citadel if you want to. Anyhow, so shot of me running up. And I actually managed to do this jump. It was just the funniest thing to me. So I throw the grenade. To sync with the song, I kind of sped up the clip at this point. Get in the Banshee, and I'm looking down. And then I look up. If I had just flown up in the Banshee, it would have skewed the jump a little bit. So I look up. I'm starting to get out of the Banshee, and then I look down. And as soon as I do that, if I were to just keep looking up, I would just get like sent flying like in this direction. But if I look down, I get sent more towards the ramp. And because I was in a Banshee and I was flying a little bit, I have a lot more momentum. And also, I have the height that I need to actually hit this. And this was perfect because I hit the jump just before the grenade. So I kind of get the distance that I need. But you'll notice at this point, I don't have enough height, but as soon as I hit it, the grenade hits me, and it gives me enough boost to just get on top. And at this point, I was in... It was like this... Yeah, this was the first time I landed it. I remember I landed it a second time, but I was happy with how I landed it the first time. And it's so funny, and the way a lot of people end their jumping videos is that they'll kind of turn and look towards what I like to call the invisible cameraman. And they'll just kind of look at where they jumped from. But in this shot, you kind of get the scale of it. It's just, and also this looks like a face. It looks like some dude just going, hey. But I was kind of just like in shock. I was like, holy shit, that was fucking amazing. So this was my second favorite jump in the entire series, because I didn't think it would work, and then it did. I was so shocked. So now we're at episode 2, and oh man, 2 things are happening. It's getting dark outside again. If the fucking power goes out, I'm gonna lose my shit. But also, I'm feeling the need to visit the bathroom is growing. We'll see if I can power through. Good news is I have brought a bucket to pee in. I'm just kidding. But anyway, so episode 6, 343 Guilty Spark. This was the point in the project where I knew I would start to dread it a little, because just thinking about Guilty Spark onwards, there's not a great deal that comes to mind. I had a few ideas jotted down for Guilty Spark, but not nearly as much as episode 5, for instance. I was sure that I could find lots of jumps, but I had started out on Pillar of Autumn, which is kind of bland, like I said. It lends itself to more simple footage. Then I was on Halo, and suddenly the bigger ideas started coming to me, and from that point, I was actively looking for more high-flying jumps, as it were. I didn't set out trying to raise any bars, but I was giving episodes 2 to 5 some serious thought at points. And then came Guilty Spark, and it was a return to simplicity. It took my brain a little while to adjust, kind of like how I had to adjust from Pillar of Autumn to Halo. I didn't want to be accused of being lazy. It's the second half of the game, second half of the series, so obviously now I'm going to rush all the videos just to get the series done faster. I didn't want to fall into that mindset, but I also didn't want to force anything, so this was a very difficult level to approach. Even though I had a list of ideas that I wanted to do. And then when I actually got into the game and the ideas, they just started flowing. I wasn't sure why I ever doubted myself. The ideas always start flowing eventually. And I ended up finding a lot of things on this level. I really surprised myself. And episode 6 is, in my opinion, one of the best episodes in the entire series. Ah. So yeah, there's a shot of the cutscene, Pelican going in. Love that. I love being able to look at cutscenes a different way. Jump on top of a rock, get on top of the Pelican. I like this jump a lot because I run forward at this point, and it lines up with the spin of the Pelican so that I jump off of the rear rudder, I think it is, or the rear engine, rear thruster, maybe all three. I don't know. So I get on top of the map. And then this is a shot of me going up in the Pelican. Classic Halo trick. If you want to start off Halo tricking, here's an easy trick to do that pretty much everybody knows, but if you don't worry about it. Start 343 Guilty Spark, and as the cutscene is as you're about to enter your first-person camera, just keep kind of mashing the grenade throw button. And when you throw that grenade, just let go of your controller or your keyboard, whichever, and just let go and just sit there. And you'll be stuck in the Pelican. If you press X or you press Y, X to get out of the Pelican or Y to switch weapons, you'll fall out of the Pelican. But if you just throw that grenade right as the level starts, immediately as it starts, you'll stay in the Pelican, and you can go on top of the map, and you can blunt strike the Pelican around a little bit, and you can go find the hidden Marine and the floating assault rifles. It's really neat. Anyway, going up in the Pelican. Now, this jump, I wanted it to be a little bit more complicated. When I was working on Envision, I was flying in the Pelican for a little bit, and I got out at a very specific point, and I wanted to jump off the top of a tree and clear a gap. But it was just so fucking hard. The timing was near impossible. If I could go frame by frame, I could probably figure out how to do it, but oh man, it was so hard. And then I came up with this. If I got out early, I realized that I could hit the side of this rock. It's being obstructed by my pistol changing right now. I hit the side of the rock, and it redirects me up here, and I jump on top of this hill. That was just so sick when I landed. I landed another jump with the Pelican, but I didn't really like it too much, so I stuck with this one. And like I said when I was talking about episode 5, how Project Jump kind of looks like it's spaced a little bit with just regular to bolded text, so it kind of looks like there's a space in between. Anyway, what was I going to say? I was going to say something, but this is one of the maybe this is what I was going to say. This is one of the hidden flood on Guilty Spark. If you progress through the mission normally, and you'll see there's some yellow dots on your radar, and you look up, and one of these guys, he'll appear on the top of this hill and then run away. It's kind of neat. So I had to position myself way the hell over to in this area, and then move forward. I had to position myself, detach the camera to where the flood was going to be, move forward so he spawned in. It was kind of neat. So anyway, there's that. I really, really enjoy this series of jumps. I was trying to get on top of this big-ass rock tree thing, so I was trying to find ways to do it, and I looked at these trees initially. This was something that I found in Just Jump 2 on my old channel. I filmed that video 4 or 5 years ago. It's ridiculous. And it still kind of holds up too. But anyway, let's get these. I'm starting to be distracted by the need to pee. So I looked at these trees, and when I was doing Just Jump 2, I was trying to find unaided jumps, because a lot of the jumps I was finding were stacks. I was using grenades and rockets and stuff. I was thinking, I want to find unaided jumps, because a lot of the videos that I watched up to that point, they had a really nice mix of insane stacks and yet really, really good unaided jumps. So I was trying to find it, and I ended up on Prisoner in Halo 1. If you're familiar with Prisoner, there's a structure right in the middle. It almost looks like a tuning fork. And there's a camouflage at the bottom level, at the base of it. And there's a rocket launcher up top. And I started at the rocket launcher, and I saw those almost like tuning forks, those little prongs. And I thought, you know what? I bet I could find a way to wedge myself in between them. And I would get stuck. I would find a spot where I could actually get stuck in between two things. And that was the same thing here. I was like, if I get stuck between these two trees, there's got to be an invisible ledge down here that I can stand on. And sure enough, that's what I'm standing on right now. I'm not actually standing on either of these trees. It's just a point where you can't fall further. You just get stuck. And of course, on Prisoner, it was a way for me to jump up from there. It was so nasty when I actually got it. I was like, holy shit, I found something new. So I do that, and I kind of looked around just to show the surrounding area. I have my flashlight on because Guilty Spark is kind of a darker level. So I want you to be able to kind of see where I am and what I'm jumping off of. And again, the same thing here. This surface that I'm on right now, you can't stand on it, and I can't stand on the tree. But because I'm wedged in between the two, there's a point that I can actually just stand. And just to make a note about this now, because I've forgotten about it up to this point, is if you watch jumping videos, you might be wondering why we're all using either plasma pistols or pistols, or the Magnum. It's because it doesn't obstruct your screen a lot. Like if I had a rocket launcher out right now, it would be like taking up this whole side of the screen basically. And then I don't use the rocket launcher, so it's kind of just like, why the hell do you have the rocket launcher out? If you have a pistol, it's pretty indicative of the fact that people are going to be doing an unaided jump. That's kind of what that signifies. And it just takes up not too much on your screen. It looks really good, so that's why people are using magnums and plasma pistols. Well, this jump I remember I played Guilty Spark. I just played through it gingerly, and I found this. I thought, oh, I could just do this jump. I slide down this cliff, and when I jump about here, and this rock is angled, so as soon as I hit it, it gets me enough height so I can get up here. And the slide down gives me enough momentum. Activate the elevator. This is the first elevator in the game. I go all the way to the bottom, and then I can press the switch again to send it back up. And I can jump up there. Here, originally, I wanted to just go up here, land on this ramp, hit my partner's head, and jump up here. Kind of like that jump on Pillar of Autumn on the staircase, but a little bit higher. But I couldn't get enough height to get up there. So I threw a nade, nicked my feet on his head, and I get up there. And this jump is so cute because it really takes advantage of that invisible lip. So I jump up this sloped surface and I just crouch up there, and you just get wedged there. You can't get in here unless you get like clipped in somehow. So to find this little jump, and this camera angle is like me in a nutshell. Just finding like a place that is so insignificant that no one really cares or would think to look there. But for some reason, I'm just so jazzed about getting there. I like jump and I'm like, woo! And it's kind of a neat thing, like, because you look at something like that, and I like to think people would look at that and think, well, it's hard to take this project seriously, but that's a good thing in this case. Like, you watch it and you're kind of just, this is kind of fun. It's lighthearted. So this is something you can do. This shade is always in this position when you start this level. You can do this yourself. Don't be discouraged if it doesn't get stuck in here. This took me a few tries. And once it actually gets stuck in here, this is so weird, it starts to rotate in the floor. And when it does like a full rotation, when this turret is like way over here, it pops out. It's fucking weird. So I did that, and you're on a ticking clock now because like at this point, you can almost see it's like trying to fall out. So I was like, okay, how am I? The original idea was to launch into the floor and have it get stuck, and then I could like just jump on top of the leg and jump up. So I thought, okay, I can only get it stuck here. How can I use that? So I found this little sloped wall here. I found it. It sounds kind of silly to say out loud, but I jump on top of the leg, and it's really neat because vehicles that move in Halo 1 are like you can stand next to a warthog and someone can blunt strike it, and sometimes it can kill you. Like just the littlest tiny nick, and you're dead, like instantly, right on the spot. So to have this thing be moving, normally if you're on top of a moving vehicle, you're like vibrating and you're moving too much to get anything out of it. But for some reason this spin was just so light that I could stand on it. So I like don't even move at all. And you'll notice it's like trying to make that full rotation. Once it does, it pops out. But yeah, I jumped up. A little neat. Long jump I found a long time ago with Mr. Ollie. He laughed at this one because he's like, fuck, you're just finding stuff on this blank level. It's actually a kind of a hard long jump because that technique that I did at the start of Pillar of Autumn, very start of the series, where I hold crouch, release, and jump, it doesn't really work that well off of this surface. And you can't really jump off of this bit here. There are two different surfaces. Like from here, you fall down onto this. So you have to long jump off of this thing. And there is enough room to make the long jump, but it's such an awkward thing because you can't do that crouch and release thing to really get a lot of jump out of it. You need to do a long jump, but there's like hardly enough room. Oh, it's tougher than it looks. Excuse me. Now, basically, I just looked at this room and I thought, okay, there's a shitload of flood, and I always use them to like they always whack me, and it gives me a little bit of a speed boost. So I thought, there's a shitload of them in this room. Why don't I go to the bottom level and just jump up? And flood can be finicky. They can hit you. Sometimes they can just stare at you. So you basically just keep jumping on their head until you jump up somewhere. And that's what happened here. That sink, though, punching that fucker in the face. And here, oh, I'm going through puberty again. Ugh. I am dying over here. This is good. This is a jump that I'm almost certain that you could do unaided. I tried jumping from over here, and this part of this pillar is sloped, and I thought I could get up here, but it was just a little bit far away. So I thought, you know what? Why don't I just get a flood? And he can just boost me up here. It's a little bit simple, but it got me up there, so whatever. And I like the idea of exploring Guilty Spark, because it's a level that not a whole lot of people look at, because there's not a great deal of things to do on it, and when you're speedrunning, you're kind of stuck on the same path. You don't really have a lot of excuses to go off the beaten path. So now we're here, and this is really neat. I love this a lot. I throw the nade, and there's an overshield behind me at this point. And if you ever find yourself on Master Chief Collection and you're playing on Battle Creek, here's a pro tip. How you win on that map is you get the overshield and you nade rockets to yourself. And I have a video on my channel where I explain how to do that. And once you do that, you basically win. It's almost impossible to lose. And you saw pros do this back in the day where they would just get the overshield, get rockets, and they would just dominate. It's really simple. They would dominate in 2-on-2s. I'm not sure about 4-on-4, but anyway. I say this because going for the camouflage is generally a bad idea because it's so like you can throw nades in there like it's nobody's business. But there's a lot of tricks to. Well, there's one really neat trick, and it's that if you start on the map and you see the camouflage, just shoot it. And it'll fall down. It's actually floating above the river, but if you shoot it and it falls into the river, it looks so similar to the water that sometimes people will just like look and be like, "Oh, it's not there," and they'll run away. Another thing that people do is because it's in such a small area, they'll just keep throwing grenades into it. So if you go for it, it's just a nade death trap. But a good idea is to nade it, and it kind of goes, it gets stuck underneath the wall almost, and you can't get it no matter what you do. And some people will be so obsessed. Oh, I gotta go get the camo, so they'll go and they'll try and get it, but it'll be naded too far back, and they'll just get stuck, and you can just fire a rocket in there, and you basically just win. I say this because when you put it behind the wall, basically, there's still ways that you can get it. I don't know if you can nade it out again. I think you might be able to. But one thing you can do is that if you turn your back to it and you can like look up a little bit, you can switch weapons. But if you start crouching, you can. It kind of like extends your character model a little bit. It's weird, and you can pick it up. So a lot of times you can just throw a grenade in there, and if you want to get your secret camouflage, you could just go in there, pick it up, and no one will actually know you've done it. So anyway, this is what I'm doing here. You'll notice I will crouch, boop, and I get the overshield. So that's just a really simple little detail that I wanted to share that maybe not many people know about Halo 1. Timing is perfect. Hit the nade, and yeah, I was barely inside that timing window, because if I was just a little bit off, all those nades would have killed me, and I think there was like 7 nades in that pile. So this thing that I landed on in the when I launched to it, this is not the same. This is not the same thingy. This is at the end of the mission, whereas where the overshield is, that's kind of in the middle of the mission. So I get up here, same way I did like that first elevator jump. So I'm up here, and I thought, okay, what can I do as a jump? And I thought, oh, I can jump from here and get to the, I can do like a nice long curve jump. So when I got here, this is the same technique as the first jump on Pillar of Autumn, and this is where it really comes into play. And you'll notice when I do the jump, I crouch, and you actually see me release crouch right there. And then I jump, and it almost looks like I jump off of thin air, pretty much. So that gives you a lot more. Because if I was just standing, because that wall that I'm standing next to is sloped. If you stand up there, you have just the tiniest. You have like this much space to jump off of. It's nothing. But if you do the crouch release jump technique, which I have never come up with a name for, but I don't care to. You have enough distance to make this jump. Really nice. And this is kind of funny. This is the end of the level. This is a jump that I always try and do when I have just a free second when I'm speedrunning, is to jump up this slope. I hold crouch when I'm going up the slope, release, and I get up here. And it just gets me high enough, because if you're down here and try and jump on top of the pipe, you don't have enough height. Now, I kind of regret this part of the video. I like this camera angle a lot, but because up to this point I had been kind of taking you on a journey through the campaign. I wasn't intentionally trying to end each mission with the best possible jump I had landed. It just kind of happened. Like on Pillar of Autumn was like the exception, because it's just I got through the level and I did all the jumps that like I could find. And then Halo, it's not really the end of the level, but it just so happened that the best jump I landed was at the end. So I thought, okay. And then on Truth and Reconciliation, that was the best one that I'd come up with. Like I could have got to towards the end of the mission and tried to find some jumps in like the prison where Keys is at. But I thought, you know what, this is a good place to end it. Silent Cartographer, same thing. I might as well end on this hog launch. Assault at the control room. I'm kind of glad that it just so happened that the best jump in that video was in the final area, so it kind of lined up. So when I got here, I knew I wanted to do that jump at the end of the level. I just wanted it in there, just for me. But it wasn't the best jump in the video. I didn't want to just end on that. It's kind of just like, hey, you got a bunch of neat jumps, and then I jumped on top of a pipe. It's not really the best way to end the video, so I wanted to, in this scene, I wanted to have the camera going back through the mission, and it turned out to be a lot harder to film than I thought it was. It was a pain in the ass, so I only ended up including like 2 camera angles. I really, really wanted to show like just all the different areas, and I wanted to have it like all blur together as I'm going back through, but like the camera and the load zones, and it was just too annoying to really do. So this scene, it looks kind of silly, but that's the idea I was going for, was to get back here. And this is the same turret that I got stuck into, like up here, like except like over here. It's like it's the roof is like where my mouse is right now. This is the same one that I got stuck in the ceiling, and then I jumped to one of its feet. So anyway, this is where I am, and when when I did that jump at the start of Assault on the Control Room, when I did that huge jump with the turret, I thought, holy shit, I can actually do something with this. I can do something major. Let's take a swig of water here. Ah, my voice is starting to get really hoarse. So, I looked at it and I thought, okay, I can do something really major with this. This is pretty big. Now, years ago when I was working on my no jump run of this level, and then even when I was just trying to speedrun, I was trying to do stuff with the shade turrets just to see, what could I really do with them. And at random one day, I was using the shade turret and I like stuck it with a grenade and I was just flipping it and just doing whatever. I wasn't doing anything. And it pretty much launched me to the fucking ceiling, and it was like the most jarring thing. Holy shit, like how did that even happen? And I tried it a couple more times, but I couldn't come up with a concrete way to figure, like I couldn't come up with a concrete way to do it. Technique, it was just, damn, it's pretty much lost. And then I just so happened to stumble upon it again by accident on Truth and Reconciliation, and then I did it big time with the shade turret at the start of Assault on the Control Room. And I thought, oh shit, now I have a blueprint. If you're eager to try this, the shade turret has to be on its right side, and it has to be like this. If it's on the left side, it doesn't work as well. Actually, I don't think it works at all. I'm just gonna say it barely works because I have it. There's a jump like this on keys, and it just doesn't work nearly as well. So I stick it, and then I flip, and you'll notice the turret just hits me, and it sends me flying upwards, and the grenade gives me like way more power than it would if it was just a flip launch, and it gets me all the way up here. And I'm pretty sure people have gotten up here. I don't think this is an unknown spot. I think Miss Man launched up here, and a few other people launched up here. So the idea of simplifying things, I come back to that. Again, people launched up here, and I get up here with just flipping a shade turret and a nade, and I love that aspect of Halo so much. Actually, the aspect to any game, speedrunning, playing, whatever, is the idea of simplifying things. You see it all over, like Counter-Strike. It's like, oh, you could be one of those crazy bunny hoppers and throw all the most complicated smokes and blah blah blah. Or, you could just like move here and just fire and just kill everybody. Like simplicity is just really, really nice. So yeah, I got up here and I managed to recreate that really old trick for myself. I'm pretty sure you can get up here, but I was really happy just getting up here. And the camera in Halo PC can go outside of the map, so I just took a faraway shot, and people would look at that and be like, what the hell? That's kind of neat. Now, this is really funny. This was a blooper. That jump I talked about where I said, I'm pretty sure you could do this unaided. The idea when I brought the Flood here for the first time, I was trying to wedge him right here so I would have someone I could like jump off of his head and then jump up. And I was moving backwards because I wanted, if you move at this particular spot, you can just like walk over it. So I thought, okay, I will get him stuck here. I will walk over and then just walk around, and then I'll jump on his head. But going backwards, you move a little bit slower than you do if you were moving forward, so it wasn't enough speed to get over this invisible hump. And then just randomly I died. I was like, what the fuck? It was just so funny. I was laughing my ass off at this point. What the fuck just happened? So I had to include that in the video. It's just too good. And now we're in the library, and now I actually am going to take a bathroom break. Apologies, so unprofessional. If this was a live stream, it wouldn't be a problem, but on YouTube, ugh. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. Oh god, that feels so much better. I mean, having to pee kind of added a nice level of urgency to my commentary, but damn, it was starting to get distracting. Oh, and always remember, children, even though I think people make a little bit too big a deal about this, always wash your hands after you go pee. Hygiene is manly. What the hell else was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say about that. Hold on. Should I dwell on this too much? Right, I saw a dude at the movie theater. I went to go see Ant-Man the other day. Some dude was in there. He got out of a stall and he just like walked away. I was like, oh, that is so fucking nasty. They have single ply fucking toilet paper in movie theaters. That guy had poop fingers for sure. Anyway, poop fingers aside, on to the library, the most boring level ever. Next to. What's a boring level? I'm going to say Oracle. Or, hold on. Oracle's Sacred Icon, Halo 2. God damn, those are fucking boring. I would say Cortana is boring, but I still haven't managed to find my way through it. Halo 3. Anyway, yeah, on the library. So, all of the same thoughts I had concerning Guilty Spark returned in force here. But I was fine with it. The library is a level that can be described very simply as it is what it is, which is a phrase that I fucking hate, but it's true. I wasn't trying to make it something it wasn't. It's a simple level, and it's kind of mundane in its repetitiveness. There isn't a great deal to work with. But I found some stuff, and I just kind of rolled with it. And after the video was done, a part of me wondered if I was rushing the series at this point, that maybe I could have tried to find more jumps. But the idea of forcing it, that was in my head while working on this video. The objective was to have fun with this series, and I had a lot of fun here. I had a list of ideas, I had a nice song, I set out to land the jumps, and they all turned out exactly as I imagined they would. I was really happy with the end result. It was simple and cute. This video is neat because I feel like most of these jumps, people really want to try them after watching them. There's just something so fun about launching explodey flood everywhere. Just working with flood is just really exhilarating. And like I said, that term I like to use, stacking ammo. I can look back on this video and think, okay, how can I make this a little bit bigger? So for this series, I wasn't trying to go super big. So in the future, I can look back on this and just think, okay, how can I use this? And I've actually already come up with an idea that might work. So at the time, I was really comfortable with how it ended up, and afterwards, I was kind of like, I don't know, maybe I could have spent a little more time, but I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to force anything. So anyway, onto the library. This song is called. I think it's called Four Walls and an Amplifier by Brock Berrigan. Really cute little song. As soon as I heard it, I thought the library. And so, even if I had landed more jumps, they probably wouldn't have fit with the song because it was like, this is a short song, short level, short video. Let's just go with it. So I almost like hindered myself a little bit with that, but whatever, it was worth it. So this is the very start of the mission. Grenade jump up here. I'm playing on Legendary, so I can do a lot of grenade jumps in a row. Perfect sync with the song. And up here, I jump up this little slope surface, hold crouch, release, and I'll do like a little bounce. Boop! You see it right there. And then I'm face to face with a flood that is suspiciously not attacking me. I don't know what my butt is doing right here. This is like some George Michael type shit. And the reason why this flood is frozen is when you start the level and you start to move through it, this guy like appears behind you. It's supposed to be like a creepy thing. But because I did all those grenade jumps, I bypass a trigger, and these guys are just kind of sitting here doing nothing. So this is me just... Again, this is series. It's just supposed to be fun, so me just jumping around like a buffoon. It's kind of fun. And this I really like. This reminds me when I was working on the Zero Shot run on Legendary through the whole campaign. I had a big document. I think it was the commentary document. And I never got around to finishing that commentary. But in that document, I had a list. It was like almost 5 pages long or something of just little quirks to Halo 1, little things that I'd noticed, like, oh, and a red elite will drop this many grenades, and this will drop that many grenades. This guy, like, just little things like that. And one of the things that I wrote down was if you stick one of these popcorn flood and then shoot it, the grenade goes off instantaneously. So I had that in my mind while I was doing this jump. And then, of course, I lost the document because my fucking hard drive died. Actually, my hard drive died so terribly that when when we were trying to get my files off of it because we had it running, I think it melted the fucking cylinders or whatever those things are called. God damn. Yeah, I like plugged it into my friend's computer and he's like, this thing is just not wanting to work. So yeah, I lost a bunch of stuff. I lost like my dosage ideas, an idea for a reach jumping video. Oh, so painful when I think about it. I have to go, probably have to, I could probably get the footage off of it. The footage, the documents and such off of it. I have to get like data recovery, which costs a lot of money. But anyhow, so yeah, the idea of an insta-splode grenade. I stick the guy and then I blunt strike him and the nade blows up immediately. And because the flood jumped at me, I didn't get as much height as I would from a normal grenade jump, but because this part is sloped, I can use it to slide up and get a little bounce. You actually see me do the bounce there. This is a simple throw frag grenade behind this guy. When you launch any kind of explosives around these guys, it'll launch them. It won't. As soon as they hit the ground, they'll start to like plump up and then detonate. They only blow up if you shoot at them. Like if he's running towards you and you pop him with a pistol, he'll blow up. But if you throw nades around him, it'll just send him flying. Love this camera angle. This is the index. And I just wanted to show pretty much exactly which area I was in. This can be tricky to time, but the sync, this part of the edit is so satisfying. Just listen. So perfect. And yeah, the timing was really nice. I get the force from him exploding with the grenade, so it gives me a lot more oomph. And originally I was trying to cross directly across the chasm here. But instead I had to settle for over here because I didn't have enough distance to get over there. So I do that. This was something I did a while ago. I was trying to do this for Envision, but I could never get it to work the way I wanted to. And it doesn't really work the way I wanted to either here, but it's fine. The idea was to shoot off both of these guys' arms, and then do that with like 4 more flood and build a ladder to get on top of here. But instead, these guys give me a boost, and I get on top of the wall. This is so perfect. When the lady goes baby, and it actually shoots. Like it's all. That's when I shoot the flood. It's so perfect. Like the shot, and then him exploding lines up perfectly with the word baby. I was like, oh god damn, that was perfect. And it's funny, I guess those are some moments where people would look and be like, damn, that took a lot of work to edit. Someone commented on a Counter-Strike video that I did, where like, that took a lot of effort to edit that. I can't believe that took you that much time. And I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, well, I didn't actually do it on purpose, so thanks, but it would totally let you down if you knew my editing process. Anyway, so this was a jump that I did for my second Christmas variety video. This was years ago. One of the first videos on my old channel. So I like it because you can't use a grenade to jump up here, I'm pretty sure, even if you wait as long as possible. It's just too high. So an explodey flood will get you much higher than a grenade. And not many people explore the library, so I wanted to get up here again. Because it's a spot that like no one has really been to before. It's just whatever, and it's kind of like the rock jump at the beginning of Halo. It's just, I want to get up there, so I'm going to find a way. And I just took the jump slow. I'm just jumping around, just not doing much of anything. Stick this guy, I shoot him, he explodes, and the grenade explodes instantly. So I get all the way up here. Again, exploration. Like, hey, I get up here. It's kind of neat. And I like the library for that because there's not a whole lot to work with on this level. An old friend of mine, SZY, she, Z, whatever is, I don't know how to pronounce it. I just called him SZY. He explored the library to an extent that I didn't even think anyone would be able to. He did spawn bumping a lot. I really wish I could get in contact with him because he made a video about it was spawn bumping on the library, and the music he used was so fucking good. I want it. But anyway, yeah, there's not a whole lot to work with on the library, so to get pretty much anywhere is awesome. So I got up here. And this is a jump that I did for eccentric jumping years ago. Simple curve around the pole, because where I started was like behind this pole. And this area, I'm trying to map out the library in my head right now. You start the mission, go through the index chamber, go through a first big blast door, run through the level. You go forward, take a left, take a left, take a right, take a right, go forward for a little while, take a right, take a right, take a left, and then you end up at the first big elevator. And beyond that elevator is another blast door, and once that blast door opens, you're back kind of in the index chamber. And that's where this jump is. And when you open that second blast door, you just run forward, and you can kind of go around the outer ring. Well, yeah, you can kind of go around the ring of the index chamber instead of what they want you to do is to take a right and fight through all the flood, whereas you can just skip all of them by going around them. And by doing that, it kind of messes with the AI a little bit. Sometimes, like at the beginning of Silent Cartographer, episode 4, that jackal that was just going back and forth. I don't know why that happens, but I guess if you just skip a bunch of load zones and go fast and go into weird areas, it like messes with their pathing or something. So that's kind of what happens to these sentinels, and they kind of just they hang out here. No real manipulation beyond that. And it's something that I noticed a long time ago. I was just playing through this level on co-op. I was trying to like find something. I can't remember what. But yeah, they were just kind of here. So I thought originally the idea was to have a sentinel like kind of like over here or something, and then I could slide jump off of this and land on top of my partner's head. Like it was just kind of a silly idea. But then I saw these sentinels all lined up, and I thought about just jumping from one to the other. It's really cute. The guy's looking up. He's like, "What? Hello." And that's pretty much episode 7. Just simple. And this was the jump where I look back on it and I think, oh man, I want to do something insane with this, and I will see if I manage to pull it off. But this is this area that I'm in right now is the same area that I was jumping on those 3 sentinels' heads. In this area, there is a blast door that opens partially, and then speedrunners. I think I was the first one. You just like grenade jump through the door and you can proceed through the mission. But if you go to the far side of the room, this sentinel goes across the index chamber and then goes down. Now, what's really important about this is if you're playing this on single player, this won't work. Excuse me. Because there's a death barrier in the index chamber. If you try and fall, you'll just die. But on co-op, if you leave your second player, or first player, whichever one you want, on the elevator, the first elevator, you just leave him there, and you don't move, and you come to this area, and you bounce down on this sentinel that is always here. Again, there's no manipulation going on. He always flies down. And the death barrier is kind of like nullified. It's not even here anymore. So you can get to the first level of the library, which is really neat. And when you do that, the load zones are kind of messed up. I guess when you trip a load zone, the game it just like gets rid of an area that it doesn't need. So I could just proceed through the mission, but in its place is a big blue wall. So we call these the big blue doors in the library, and I think we've gotten to pretty much all of them. I think. I can't remember. All the ones that you can get to anyway, I'm pretty sure we've gotten to them all. So again, this is the something for everybody aspect to the series, where it's just a really simple exploration type thing that you can do. And the library, again, is so repetitive and so simple. To see anything really, just like any glitch on it, is kind of just like, whoa, it just kind of freaks you out a little bit. So now we're on Assault on the Control Room right now, and again, this just looks so much like a face. It almost looks like Kirby just got stuck in here, and at least these like little arms. He's like, I was like this. I don't even want to know what this is. But anyway, so this is Assault on the Control Room, and I fudged this camera angle pretty badly, but whatever. Uh, I did that first camera angle to show that Two Betrayals is essentially Assault on the Control Room, but backwards. And this is a shot of the control room. So this is episode 8. While I was cool as a cucumber on the library, just really like this is how the video is going to be, and that's it. I'm going to stick to my plan. Two Betrayals, I had very little plan going in, and it was the video I was least excited about. It was such a pain to think about, because like I said, it is literally Assault on the Control Room, but backwards. There's some differences for sure, but it's basically the same shit. What I didn't want was for this video to simply be a leftovers video, like all the jumps I didn't land on AOTCR. I wanted to show what was unique about Two Betrayals, but it really threw me for a loop. I almost considered a leftover style video, picking up on things I'd missed. It was a bit charming when I thought about it in a certain way, but I scrapped that idea. Then I thought about a modded video where all of the jumps would just be silly insane, like stacking up to one of the suspension bridges or something stupid. The idea was to poke fun at the fact that this level is AOTCR, but I wanted people to take this series seriously, and if I started modding somehow, I think that would have really been awkward for newcomers. So I decided that, I almost said new cucumbers, so I decided that even if I only found like 2 jumps on this level, I wanted to show what was unique about Two Betrayals and highlight the little differences. I wanted it to be its own video. Of course, I wasn't confident at all when I went in, because I had nothing, because I had just kind of exhausted all my creativity on AOTCR, but I was also kind of intrigued to see where TB would take me. It's amusing. I have this notebook here when I write down all of my ideas or any little thing that I see in Halo, and all the Project Jump episodes have their own pages. Ideas just scribbled everywhere. It almost looks like a Jackson Pollock painting meets James Joyce. Two Betrayals was in the corner of a page with 3 words written below it. And the 3 words were, "You have flood," all in capital letters. I knew I had flood to work with, so I just kind of went with that. Like, well, let's see what I can do with that. So that was pretty much like the starting point, and then I found some stuff, but it wasn't a lot. I would say between Pillar of Autumn and Two Betrayals, this might be like the most let down ish episode of the series, but I would say it's probably in second place. And again, one thing I was struggling with was the idea of, oh no, am I forcing the series at this point? But like, am I rushing it? But I just decided to trust myself, and I went into it, and excuse me, my goodness. And I went into it, and I decided to use this song called "I'm Trying" by Ben B. And it's, if you want to go download the song, it's not a song I think you can just like rip off of YouTube or something. You actually have to go and like buy this guy's album, and it's worth it, I would say. I liked a few of the songs on it, and I thought it was worth buying. I was actually saving this song for maybe like a multiplayer video in the future, because it's kind of, there's a lot of energy to it. But I thought, you know what? And this is a tip for new editors. If you find a song that you really like and you just kind of think, okay, I'm just going to keep this song off to the side, maybe I'll just use it one day, don't ever fucking do that. If you're going to like, if you have a video and you like a song, just go with it. Like, don't backpack it for later, because everyone, like, you'll just struggle, and sometimes the song will never get used, and it's a shame. So I had heard this song very recently. I was hyped up about it, so I thought, you know what? It has a lot of energy to it. This map doesn't have a whole lot of things going for it. Why don't I just use the song and try and like bolster this video as much as I could? So it starts. So one difference between Assault on the Control Room and Two Betrayals is that on Two Betrayals, the control room is very, very accessible. On AOTCR, you can get inside the control room. You can either do a Banshee out of level glitch and get inside. You can use a ghost and clip through the door very easily. Or, as Big Grunty Thirst did, you can actually get a fucking shade turret into the control room. It's ridiculous. He found like this little point on the door where you could like jam the shade into it with a grenade, and then you have to like blunt strike it in a way, and it just kind of like morphs into the door and through it. It's unfucking real. Anyhow, so it's more accessible. So I thought, okay, while these jumps are technically possible on AOTCR, let's do them on Two Betrayals. And after episode 5 concluded with like magnificently as it did, just to like pat myself on the back. By the way, my favorite jump in the entire series is the ender to Guilty Spark, and then the ender for episode 5. So when I ended episode 5, I didn't even bother looking in the control room. I knew it was there, but I thought, it's done at this point. Anyway, so I bring a Banshee in. It's really funny. You can actually see me. Because I'm doing it blind, I start to like run directly at the Banshee instead of to go around and to jump on top of it, or like go around to then grenade it to flip it over. I start fucking running at the Banshee because I'm totally blind. And Banshee flips. I imagine you can get really, really disgusting flips out of these because they flip so violently sometimes. You get caught in the middle of that, it'll send you flying. But I didn't really experiment with this too much, so this jump is more than likely overpowered, but I just flipped the Banshee over and I found a way to make a flip work. This is kind of like the Truth and Reconciliation version of like a Banshee flips. Like TNR, the shade flip was really rudimentary, and then I perfected it on AOTCR. Actually, I perfected it on Guilty Spark. AOTCR was like, oh, kind of like a eureka moment by accident. So this is kind of like the beginning stage of this. So this is probably overpowered, but it gives me enough push to get on top. And the landing was kind of ugly, and I was kind of thinking, you know what, screw it. Oh, and when I was compiling the big video, the one that I uploaded to my channel, this is just a video I did for the commentary. I just put all 10 episodes into the same video. The intro to the complete series, it's not featured in here. Anyway, for both videos, I toned down the volume for the music in episode 8 just to make it a little bit easier to listen to. It wasn't a big problem when I was releasing the episodes incrementally. And by the way, there was no schedule to the episodes. It was just when I had time to work on it and felt like working on it. So it wasn't that big a deal when episode 8 came out on its own, because it's like, oh, it's a little bit loud, I'll just turn my speakers down. But when it's in a full project and all the songs kind of are at the same level of loudness, this one can really catch you off guard. So I lowered the volume a little bit. And this intro text is kind of silly looking, but I like it. And the way you do this is you have your video file and you just take your text and you put it off the screen in the placement tool. So when the camera pans over it, it starts to reveal itself. Really simple. Probably none of that made sense if you have no idea what Sony Vegas is. Anyway, getting on top of this glass, pretty simple. You just jump on top of this bit of the glass here and just jump on top. It's a little bit tricky of a jump, but you get up top and I got a checkpoint, and the idea was simply edge slide off of that and land on the other pane of glass. And if I had done the most powerful jump I possibly could, I would have went sailing over, so I had to kind of shorten it a little bit so I could crouch land right on the edge and kind of stop myself. If I went really like on top of the glass and I crouched, I'd slide right off. Even if I had just tried to land on it, I didn't have enough height to really like land on it. I'm kind of coming at it horizontally, so I had to shorten it a little bit and land, so I would land on the lower lip and then just land perfectly. You can even see, like, I almost slide off there for a sec. This jump is really interesting. On AOTCR, this whole room is completely at your disposal, but on Two Betrayals, this area from, like, here all the way around is a death barrier. So I have to fall off past the death barrier. It's, like, right here. It's so close. So I hit this, and the original idea was actually to ride along this thing and like hit an edge slide down here with a grenade and cross the gap, which is something I might actually attempt in the future, but I couldn't. I couldn't manage to do it. It was just so hard. So I actually just thought of a way I could do it on Assault on the Control Room. It's kind of funny, but so I came up with this because everything I tried was just too difficult. So I hit to break the fall, and then I crouch, and I hold crouch here. And in Halo 1, if you just stand in one spot on a flat surface and just hold the A button, you'll just keep jumping. But as soon as you hit the ground, there's like a bit of a delay between when you jump again. Whereas if you jump in the air and crouch when you land, release crouch and jump, you jump a lot faster. So when I hit the ground, I hold crouch to break a lot of the fall damage. And I hold down crouch to then slide a little bit, and then I release crouch and jump, so I can jump pretty much instantly. And that gives me enough height slash distance to get on top of this thing. Not the best jump I could have landed in this area, but you see me falling there. But it turned out pretty good, I thought, because it almost looks like a slide ramp in a way. I cannot clear my throat now. This is bad. Anyway, just found this little jump string inside of a pulse generator. Again, you can get to a pulse generator on Assault on the Control Room. You just have to bump through the door. But it's so much more accessible in Two Betrayal, so I thought, okay, let's find something near a pulse generator. So this is the hold, crouch, and release and jump thing to get a lot more distance off of a narrow surface. Jump in here, don't bonk my head. Long jump back here. Jump to the sill. Jump up. And just a little long jump, little curve jump, whatever, to just get around and jump here. And the jump was actually supposed to continue. I was going to jump from here and land. Actually, I was going to land on like this thing, but it's like over here. And then jump over here, and then like jump to the sill again or something. But I just ended it here because the rest of the jump was like really annoying. I can't remember. It was just too fiddly. So this was a jump I kind of wish I had found Assault on the Control Room, but because I was in this area and the intention was to do a big slide jump to the snow bridge, I wasn't really paying much attention to the rest of the area. I was kind of like just fixated on finishing the video at that point. So this can be done on Assault on the Control Room, so it's kind of like a leftovers thing, but it was such a good jump, I thought it'd be a shame to waste it. So originally I was trying to jump off this edge and land over here, but I decided to hit this. And I was going to jump off of it and land over here, but I think at this point I had been holding crouch and I released it, and I just got like a really super bounce off of it, and I just cleared the gap. And it was so surprising. I didn't actually intend to land the jump that way. And then I just did, and it was just the funniest thing. I was like, well, alright then, I could either go back and land it a different way, or I can just cut the recording here and cut my losses. Alright, let's do it. Cut my losses. But that goes back to that thing I talked about on Truth and Reconciliation. If you land a jump, don't go back and re-land it, for the love of God. Spare yourself. It's simple. 2 flood, punch me, I get on top of this thing. This is just the thing that's in the middle of this room. I think this is normally where the fog skull would be. Would it be? Oh, I'm trying to think. This is kind of where the fog skull would be, in a way. I'm trying to remember exactly. I'm like going backwards through Assault on the Control Room. Whatever. Anyway, this is just in a room on 2 Betrayals, and I thought, whatever. Let's just jump onto this thing. Of course, I had to do this jump blind. I think I do 3 blind jumps. 3 blind mice. In this video, it was just whatever. Just jump to the top of this thing. Nothing serious. It was funny. I was actually trying to look more towards the camera, but I was kind of all fucked up. Instead of looking to the left, I just looked to the right for some reason. So you actually see my character just... It's kind of funny. Again, this can be done on Assault on the Control Room. On AOTCR, you come up this big tunnel. There's the big-ass Banshee pillar, which is over here. And you clear out the area, and then you go past the Banshee pillar, and 2 hunters run around the corner. So you could theoretically very easily lead them to this area, and they could boost you up here. But on Two Betrayals, these hunters just spawn here, so I wanted to just use them to do a simple jump up here, which it's too high to just jump up to, and grenade jumping up there is kind of lackluster, so I thought I'll use a hunter. I should have just used one hunter, but I got shot by both, and I get a lot of height. But whatever. I like that. The Banshee Pillar, I don't think you can actually get inside of it normally on Two Betrayals. I don't know if any of the doors open on reflection. I want to say that they don't. But in any case, yeah, you just get up there, and once you get inside the pillar, there's like a health pack and some ammo, I think. It's kind of neat. Little hidden treasure. This is something that can be done really easily on Assault on the Control Room as well, but it's so easy that I didn't even bother putting it into the AOTCR video, because there's like a huge rock that you can work with, and there's lots of vehicles. But here there's no rock or anything to really work with. You just work with what you have. So I thought it was neat enough to put it in here. And then I get on top of these things, which is really simple. Nice long jump across. And then this was a pain, because you have to start at the second pulse generator, which is all the way up here, and you come down. You have to clear out most of the tunnel, and then one of these guys, if you're very lucky and no other flood follow you, you can lead this guy way out of the tunnel all the fucking way over here, and it takes a while. And at this point, I'm trying to think back. I want to say that I had edited this video to a different song, but I can't remember what the damn song is now. And then I just changed it to Benby. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But at this point, it was kind of funny, because I was just thinking, don't mess up the timing, don't mess up the timing, don't mess up the timing. And then I managed to get it. It was pretty simple. Because to redo it, I have to start back on the fucking pulse generator and go down again. Pain in the ass. And then, difference on AOTCR, you can put a shade turret on top of the Banshee Pillar on AOTCR. You have to just launch it up there. But on Two Betrayals, they spawn up here, so you can just flip one over and get on top of this tower that you normally can't just jump to. And then a nice shot of me just on top. And that was Two Betrayals. I'm pretty sure there's a blooper at the end. Right, not a blooper, but there's like a after the credits scene. And I have to say, on Two Betrayals, that is kind of where I not abandoned, but I didn't really, actually, you know, that is an appropriate word. On Guilty Spark, I tried to do the thing where I was taking you back through the campaign to show where the end jump would be taking place. I was in keeping with that whole journey theme, and I thought, you know what? If the final jump of the video is like not in the final area, I'm just going to show the best jump in the video like I want to. It kind of just went back to that style of every jumping video where you want the final jump in the video to be the absolute best one. So that's what I did here. I just kind of abandoned that idea of just going back through the campaign. I was just, fuck it, I'm just going to show the final jump. And that's it. It's kind of nice, because Two Betrayals, you can kind of just go anywhere you want, to a degree. Especially in that area, I should say. Other than that, Two Betrayals is kind of restrictive of where you can go. Some doors just lock in your face, and you're like, God damn it. Anyway, this is kind of neat. I guess Bungie thought that if you were going to blow up the pulse generator, you would blow it up, and then the room would just start shaking because of all like the power in the area and whatnot, and then once you leave, you wouldn't really notice, but there's actually a point where it's just shake, nothing. Shake, nothing. Shake, nothing. I thought that was so funny. I noticed it while I was filming the jumps in this room, and I thought, that's just the weirdest thing. So I thought it'd be fun to just poke fun at. So it was a relief to see Two Betrayals finished, and a lot of the time I think it's really good. It's a really good idea to include the game audio in your videos. It's not just music. So you can hear the grenades going off, you can hear that, but the problem is that on keys, this video, the game audio is muted. Not only did my capture card, for whatever reason, decide to unsync the audio from the video at annoying intervals, but the music on keys is kind of irritating. It's like an ambient hum of annoyance. So I decided to just. That was really good. Ambient hum of annoyance. It's kind of funny. I just decided to cut the game audio out completely and just like go with the song. And yeah, so it was a relief to see Two Betrayals finished. I don't think it was as well received as the other episodes. Hmm. But I was comfortable with that knowledge. It was always going to be the worst of the bunch, pretty much, but I tried my best. After it was done, I worked on some stuff for Bait and Switch Studios. I finished Half-Life 2 Part 2 and Master Chief Collection Part 2. My hard drive was so fucking happy after those videos were done and uploaded, let me tell you. I wasn't ready to dive into keys right after Two Betrayals was finished. I wasn't feeling it. I had other obligations to tend to. I was invited to participate in a community tricking video, so I landed some launches for that project. While Project Jump was on pause, I also played a bit more Half-Life. I got some writing done, and I got to play a bunch more Counter-Strike Go. It was a really relaxing time. And then all of a sudden, I just kind of felt like playing keys, so I hopped to it. I think what really pushed me into taking a break from the series was the fact that a lot of parallels can be drawn between Truth and Reconciliation and keys, since they share a lot of the same architecture. But they're actually wildly different. Once I'd convinced myself of that fact, it was much easier to plug away, but I kind of was stuck in that, oh my god, like I have to do this on Two Betrayals. It's so drastically similar to AOTCR. Now I have to do it on keys as well. It just kind of strained my brain, so I thought, let's just let's just not think about it too much, and I'll just take it when it comes. So that sounds weird when I say it out loud, but what was I gonna say about keys? That was really nice working on this video, I have to say. That was what I was going to talk about. I remember my girlfriend had a friend of hers over, so she was kind of doing her own thing while I was doing my own thing. It was really nice because I thought about moving in and we'd be working too much and cleaning the apartment, getting groceries, cooking, and do all kinds of shit, and I wouldn't have a lot of time. We'd be spending all the time together, but we both had time to ourselves pretty much. So I got to sit down and just explore and work on this. That's a good word to use, explore, on this level. I'll get to that when we get to that. So, I didn't feel like going too hard on keys. I still found some pretty good stuff in the video. I'm happy with the jumps I landed, but I was looking around and just thinking, I want to land something fucking insane. Like, because I'm on top of the map, so the first thing my mind jumps to is, okay, so I'm going to find a big slide ramp. I'm going to do something really sick. But while I was looking around, I realized I've just been exploring this entire time. Keys is a fantastic level to explore. There's so many hidden hallways and rooms. Getting on top of the map is fun and really easy, and so on and so forth. People have been exploring keys for years and years, and I wanted to pay homage to that by making this video a bit more exploration based. There's still some jumpy jumps, obviously, but a lot of it is exploration focused. I liked that approach and made the video really relaxing to work on. Of course, the idea I had for the ender was fucking insane, but I couldn't get it to work, and it was too high anyway. But it's kind of a letdown when I think about it. I might try it again in the future, but we'll see. The idea was to launch a shade turret out of the map and do one of my fancy shade flip launches and get on top of the ship. With a frag and a rocket, it's very possible, but I worked on it for maybe an hour, and it was just not fun. If you've managed to listen this far, I encourage you to give it a try, though. I'd love to see it done. I launched on top of the ship once by accident, and Skirty did it on purpose years later. It was a pretty big thing. No one knew the ship was solid because it's not solid on Truth and Reconciliation. Like, it took a launch to get on top of it. Like, how silly would it be to bring that down to one grenade and a rocket? But yeah, the idea ended up not panning out the way I wanted to, which is kind of sad, but oh well. Anyway, a little thing of note here. It's kind of, I thought this was a cute way to start the video, how this guy is just kind of like, I just want to get over there. It's so cute. These guys are just so happy all the time. They are so fucking happy they explode when they see you. Like, come on. These are the most innocent floods ever. Anyway, this is a neat little area because if you try and jump from here, you'll like hit the lip of the door frame and you'll just fall down. So I have to like move a little bit beyond it, just a little bit, and then the guy falls over. He's like, "I love you," and then he blows you across the gap. That sounds amazing. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Right, I picked the song "Like You Do" by Grammatic. If you are new to video making and you need to find a song to use, just look up Grammatic. You will find a song, like guaranteed. If I'm ever struggling to find music, it's just like, fuck it, I'm just going to use Grammatic. I actually did it for a montage of mine, a day of Halo 4 with Little Man and Axie. I just couldn't really find good music for it, and I just used Grammatic for all three. Fuck it, why not? We'll just make it the Grammatic montage. Any daisy. It was kind of a little bit nerve-wracking trying to use Grammatic, because I remember I used Grammatic for the video Singular, and I remember my friend Sakela commented on it, and he said, this song is kind of repetitive. I was like, oh, fuck. So I had him in my mind the whole time. I was like, please like the song, Sakela. Love me. Anyway. So this surface, I almost want to say you can stand on this on Truth and Reconciliation, but for some reason you can't stand on it on keys. I think I have that right. But you can stand up here. But this, you can't just jump up to it. It's a little bit too high. So I do the same thing as I do on a few points in the series where I like nick my feet and it gives me enough height. And a grenade jump, and this is where that jump on Truth and Reconciliation really came in handy. So I get in here, and I jump up here. So useful to have that. And then I boost first player up. And this was a trick that Skirty did a long time ago. I remember we were working on the video Keys Unlocked together. At the time I was working on a variety video, and I had landed a bunch of really neat tricks on keys, and Skirty was exploring it, so we thought, why don't we make a video together? But it ended up that my footage didn't make it in. I can't remember why. I think maybe like I didn't get the footage to him in time, or I don't really remember how it works. But anyway, it just ended up as Keys Unlocked by Skirty. So one of the things that we were working on together at the time was we were trying to get into this hangar, which is the Truth and Reconciliation hangar. Fun fact, there's actually 3 hangars in this game. This one, the one later in this mission, and then the one on TNR. They're all like different in a way. It's kind of neat. We were trying to get to the top level on keys at the start of the mission, because there's just nothing to work with. Like, there's no shades, there's nothing. So it's just, how the hell are you going to get up there? So I'm pretty sure Skirty did it a different way. Like, he had to stack 2 players instead of grenade jumping and then jumping up. And then when he did this, he had to grenade jump 1 player up and then the other, and then it was just kind of tedious. So I got first player up here, and I kind of hung him off the edge of this antenna so that when player 2 spawns in, there's enough room for him to be on this little antenna tuning fork thingy. So I move player 2 as far out as I possibly can. Far out, dude. And then I do the same thing with player 1. So it's kind of like I'm creating this big diagonal thing. And I do this because if I were to just jump straight up, I would hit my head on the antenna that's up here, and I would hit my head on this this roof. So I had to go out a little bit, and that gives me enough space to work with so that I can grenade jump to the top level. And big credit to Skirty. He was the first one who did that, and I kind of just found, I would say, a new process of getting there. Just a little torque to it, little twerk. Every time I say torque to it, I want to use that word properly, but just Miley Cyrus's gyrating ass cheeks just pop into my head. I'm like, fuck. Anyway, so this was a jump, quote unquote, is a trick that Miss Man did back in the day. He stacked 1 player on top of the other, grenade jumped, and he got on top of this invisible wall. If you start here and you try and jump across, it's too far. You're like, oh, you jump over here, and then I can get across, but there's an invisible wall. So he was the first one to figure out that you can actually stand on top of this wall. And I looked at it in Halo PC with the detached camera. And I thought, this is the wall, the invisible wall, is really close to this edge. I wonder if I could just jump on top of it. And I actually managed to pull it off. And I thought this was really cute, just standing in midair. Like, can you imagine being a newcomer and just coming here and just, oh, episode 9, what's this about? And then being like, what the fuck? Why is he in midair? So, you just use a hunter, uses upward punch. He pots you up here if you hit the perfect one. This grenade jump is hard. You have to wait as long as uncomfortably possible. And then as soon as the grenade goes off, like the instant it goes off, that's when you jump. And again, I'm playing on easy, so I got 1 bar of health. But if you do that, you just barely get enough height to get on top. You can make it easier by killing your second player, having him spawn on top of this bridge up here, standing on top of his head, and then grenade jumping. But I wanted to do this with 1 player, so that second player could get a checkpoint. And so he'd be on the ground, so he could get me a checkpoint, and then he could come up here and blunt strike me, so that I could. What was I gonna say? Well, there's just a whole bunch of reasons why I wanted player 2 on the ground, but basically, mostly so that he could get me a checkpoint. But what I did to get full shields again, full health, was that I had player 2 kill himself, so he could get on top of the map. He blunt struck me, so when you respawn, you have full shields. I picked up all my stuff again. He went down again, and then got a checkpoint. The reason why I didn't put him... That's why. The reason why I didn't put him on the same bridge that I get to when the hunter smacks me is I wanted to show how you could do it by yourself. You can do it with another player, but it's much better to show doing off something completely on your own, so that anyone can just pick it up and just do it if they wanted to. So this jump, originally I wanted to put second player here, stand on top of his head, grenade, so then I could get enough height and distance to hit this edge right here, and jump over here. But it was a little bit too finicky. I could never... It was just too uncomfortable trying to get player 2 up here each time. So I tried just throwing a frag grenade here and just launching myself over here, but I could never get enough speed to clear the gap, even with like a perfect edge slide. So I do the jump that doesn't really qualify as a slide jump so much. I jump, and then I hold crouch, release crouch, and jump, and it gives you a little bit of push. And I could land further. It wasn't my favorite jump in the video, but I was like, I like this idea so much. It's just be kind of like a shame to waste it. So I thought, why not? And then one thing about the editing, you'll notice these black bars. You'll notice that it's going to come down a little bit. For whatever reason, I think it's because I worked. Yeah, it's because I worked on a Counter-Strike video in between episode 8 and 9, and I messed with the settings for this this preset in event pan and crop, so you get a lot more visibility on the third person angles for this video as compared to the others, where it's all kind of like the same field of view. But I didn't mind it so much because Keys is a really dark level, so I wanted to be able to show off exactly where each area was. So I started this off because it's kind of a hard area to see, and this guy's, I'm just looking up, it's like, how the hell do you get up here? Because when you fall down, you don't have anything to jump back up with. Unless you have a turret. And then I use it, just a short little hop up top, nothing major. And this is the grenade. I pick up the overshield, this is the big grenade jump, pick up the overshield, time it perfectly, so when I land, the grenade like kind of hits me in midair, but I still hit the ground, and then I jump. And the rock was sloped upwards so that when the grenades go off, it's like kind of a little super jump up here. And this is kind of where the exploration really starts. When you're inside the ship, it almost looks like a blank canvas. It's definitely like that on Truth and Reconciliation, but on Keys, I totally mistimed that jump, but I still got enough height to get up here. It's just these two floating, sparking balls. It's weird. Same area. This is right as you enter the ship. You go through a hallway and take a left, and once you take that left, you're in this hallway right here. This is the same. This is the same flood I used to jump up this hole here. Then I jump up this hallway, which, like on Truth and Reconciliation, all these hallways are opened up, but because the ship had been damaged by flood, they opened up a lot of the ceilings, so it opens up a lot of ways to explore the map. I like that. This flood is always next to this antenna for some reason, so I used him to jump on top of it, and then I fall, and I perfectly edge slide with a crouch, release, jump, edge slide. I don't just press A when I hit it, I do like the crouch jump thing. Perfectly hit the edge, and this is where I think that even from a really great height, if you hit an edge slide perfectly, you can get the maximum amount of distance out of it without losing any shields or any momentum. Because that was pretty high drop, but I hit it perfect, and it pots me over by the Wraith. So this is a player 2 screen. And I started out with player 2 because I wanted player 1 to have the most grenades. So I start pushing the shade turret, and I could run up and just push the shade turret, but there's elites everywhere, so if I kill one, I throw a grenade, sometimes I can launch the shade turret where I don't want it to go. And a whole shit ton of enemies spawn over here when you like move over here, so I thought that would just be a little bit silly. So I decided to just nade it from over here at first, which is a pain in the ass to find that grenade point properly, because sometimes it would go to the left or to the right. So the shade turret goes forward, and I start moving it. This is back to player 1's view. I set up the shade, and like I said previously, if you want to do those big shade turret jumps, it has to be on its right side. This is on its left, and it was so much more awkward. But I realized that this leg shoots up a little bit, so I use that to punt me all the way up here. It's kind of neat. Once you get up here, these doors open, but they open to nothing. It's just invisible walls and just blackness behind it. It's kind of like the blue door on the library, except this is just black. Same thing. And there was the blob, and I thought, it's the fucking blob. I gotta jump on top of it somehow. Really, just simple jump or whatever. It's like you look at a blob, and it's like the rock at the start of Halo. It's just, I just want to get up there, so I did. And then I'm beating the shit out of it. And this jump, I got back on top of the map. I did the blob jump, and I thought, okay, let's go through the mission again, see what I can find. And I found this, and it's like a perfect ramp. This rock is sloped downwards, and this one is kind of sloped upwards. So as soon as it kind of looks like a dick, actually, now that I'm looking at it. But you hit it, and you can use it as a slide ramp, but it just wasn't working the way I wanted it to. It was so frustrating. So I fall down, and I had to just line this up. I hit it by accident at some point, and I just studied that recording over and over and over again until I finally managed to hit it. You have to like come at it from an angle, and then hit like this spot right here, hold crouch a little bit, release. It's just the inputs you need to do. I don't even remember. I just kept like hammering away at it till I got it. And then I just hit the top, and it sends me up. So just like recap, I get, well, I guess I can't really recap it, but I just get a lot of momentum as I'm coming down, and then it transfers into like an upward thing, so it kind of looks like this. Anyway, this is a shot of me just underneath the belly of the ship. And this edge slide ended up being the end to the video. Again, why the hell do I do that? I just don't know why I wouldn't just line up the slide. To like just stand over here and then just fall, hit the slide and go. But for whatever reason, just I gotta do this and then look to the right. I'm weird when I do edge slides like that. I don't know why. Anyhow, so I land the jump, and that's it. That's the end of the video. And because I couldn't land that big shade launch, I was kind of disheartened with this video. I wanted to do more, but I decided to just be happy with it. And that was it. That was Keys. And it was weird finishing Keys. Because suddenly I was faced with the Maw. It was the finale. It was the final episode. After Keys, I had one more level to go. After the Maw, it was done. It felt so odd to be on like the cusp of actually finishing a series, but it was really satisfying nonetheless. it was hard to suppress the desire to rush the video, especially considering the day after I'd finished Keys, I found myself working on the Maw, having realized, wait, I have a full day off. I feel like playing the Maw. Why not? I'll do that. I was a bit scared to jump on the Maw initially, mostly because of the driving route. Because you're on the clock. I don't think anyone has ever really stopped to find a whole lot on the driving route. I mean, there's been quite a few things found, but in terms of jumps, it's kind of, I can't really think of too much. It was such unknown territory for me, especially. I've never done it. It was daunting to think about. I made it too big in my mind, basically. It was my own fault. Once I'd actually started looking for jumps on the Maw run, I realized there's not a whole lot there. There's some stuff, but nothing I was really willing to pour my life into. But we'll talk about that when we get there. And actually, you know what? Before I dive into the Maw, I'm going to take another bathroom break, so I will be right back. Ah, I've returned. God, I feel so much better. Again, wash your hands, children. Hygiene is manly. And they say not crying and not expressing yourself or ever is manly. Fuck that. Washing your hands is manly. That is the apex of manliness. But anyway, so this is the beginning of the level. Fun fact, this is actually the same camera angle I use in the end credits, just further out. I feel like my audio is messed up on my end. Hold on. Just have to do a little adjustment. There you go. So this Sentinel, when you start the level, you move forward a little bit, and you kind of like move around here, and then you run back and stand at the edge. You'll get a checkpoint, and about 11 to 12 seconds after that checkpoint, if you just fall off, a Sentinel spawns. And people have used this Sentinel, like they land on it and then they fall down and they get to the bottom of the map. Really neat. But I just wanted to get on top of the Sentinel and then just stand on top of him. And it's kind of I was gonna do this in Halo PC and get like a nice third-person shot of it. And I was thinking, oh, what if the Sentinel goes back? I can like jump into one of those other tubes. But I threw second player off the edge to kill him. So when he's doing that, too many enemies nearby, the shot kind of pans out, so I get a nice third-person angle without sacrificing my visibility, because I still have first-person screen. It's just I used Event Panic Crop to isolate bottom screen, so I can still see what I'm doing, because moving on this guy's head can get a little bit tricky sometimes. He spazzes out. Anyway, after this point, this is on the bridge. If you're staring out from the bridge and then you like look to your left and you go into that left window and you try the same jump on the other side, I feel like it's harder on the other side. I tried it for a few minutes. I was like, "Fuck, I can't do this." So I went to the other side and then I did this like third try. This is the funniest thing, but I feel like someone else has done this jump before. I don't know why. I feel like Big Grunty Thirst got here somehow. But it's just kind of funny how I just landed here, and I could have landed it cleaner, like without the move through the cryo bay or something. But again, that's the whole I landed the jump, fuck you, I'm not landing it again. It's going to take 20 years. So here, how can I phrase this? Well, basically, if you go into this room and you go to the end of this hallway and um, you wait a certain amount of time and then you jump, two sentinels spawn in, and when they do, and you jump perfectly at the right time, they'll pot you into the ceiling. And it was funny when I played this on Xbox. I ran over here and I was just kind of dicking around doing whatever, and I was just trying to figure out the timing because I just wanted to explore in this area. I wasn't actually looking for jumps yet. I was just jumping. I was just exploring because at the beginning of the game, you start in there and you take a left, and then you go along that hallway. You take a right, take another right, take a left, and you go down a ladder. You take a right, and then there's that first door that the flood break open. If you go onto the left side of the door and you wedge yourself in that corner and just crouch, when the door bursts open, you'll get potted right into the ceiling. You'll be outside of the map. It's really neat. And you can stay outside of the map by jumping on top of like light fixtures and whatnot, whatever's solid up there. And there's actually a secret room pretty much like right there, and you can just jump past the blast door and you're in a secret room. So I was doing that at the start of this. I wasn't even looking for jumps really. Partly because I didn't think there was really anything to find at the start because it was kind of like Pillar of Autumn all over again. So I was just fucking about. And then I did this, and this is, I don't even show myself getting punched into the ceiling because it was a little bit, I didn't really know the timing too well, so I just thought I'm just going to run here and just leave that up to people's imaginations. Like, how the hell did he get out of the map at this point? So I jump up, and I am terrible at this because I have to land on this little thing. You think this would be a jumper's paradise, but like I land over here just barely, and you have to work your way along these little tiny things, and I always sucked fucking ass at ledging. That's what this is called, just ledging. It's really neat, the things that appear. Speaking of that, when I first got out of the map, if you look out into the abyss, there's like a floating door. It's just sitting there. It's like a placeholder. It's just this floating door. And I thought it was solid, so I kept trying to find ways to jump to it. But it was not solid when I actually managed it, so it was kind of disheartening. So I just kept jumping around the room just for fun. Like, I wasn't even looking for anything. And then I got here, and I thought it'd be kind of neat to get here and then use this as an edge slide. It was just kind of funny. I tried it at some point and it worked. I thought, holy shit, that actually works. So I got a checkpoint. There we go. So when I got the checkpoint, I had to move second player further through the mission to get the checkpoint. And when your partner leaves the room that you are out of bounds in, all of the textures disappear. So my partner would have to come back into the area, and then all the textures would load, and I could see exactly where the edge was that I wanted to slide off of. But it took a little bit too long, so I thought, you know what? And this is just hilarious because it's like it looks like nothing, and then all of a sudden, boop, I'm just back inside the map, and people watching this is going, what the fuck? So it was so funny how I was just exploring around, and then I just found this. And I land over here, and what's really funny about this, I like this camera angle, but it goes on a little bit longer, but what was really funny about this was that I finished episode 9, and then I started landing jumps for episode 10, finished that, started uploading it, and I went on to Skype. I really wish I could remember why the hell I was going on to Skype. Right. I was playing Master Chief Collection with my friends. Xbox One, when you're on Xbox Live, god damn, the microphones are just garbage. We have like nice headphones, and they're still garbage, so we just go on Skype and just talk that way. So I went on Skype. We were playing Master Chief Collection. I said, I'm just going to finish the end credits for episode 10, and then I'll log on. So I finished, and it was uploading. I log on. And there be a message from Mador. I was like, oh shit, it's Mador. He's been busy, so we haven't really been talking too much and whatnot, so I loaded up, and so I landed this really sick jump on Pillar of Autumn, and I watch it, and the similarities between the jumps and the timing of it was just so funny to me. It's like, oh my god. It looks like I saw his video. I was like, oh shit, I should do that on the Maw, and then just fucking ganked his ideas so hard. But not so. It just actually happened to be a funny coincidence. But his jump is so much better than this one, so whatever. I just thought that was funny. The timing of it was just perfect. Anyhow, so I took a shot in Halo PC of me just outside of the map at the area where I jumped. This is a really simple jump. This is something I did a long time ago when Insidious and I were trying to find like new routes to the reactor room and trying to go fast. I just jumped up here. This was one of the first jump techniques I was trying in Halo 1 was to jump just a little bit higher, and I called it corner jumping. It seemed like if you jumped at like where two pieces meet, you could get a little bit more height. If you jumped at it at a perfect arch and hit just the corner specifically, you could jump higher, but it turned out that that was bogus. So this is one of the first things I did, and it's a neat jump. You just hit it perfect, and you crouch, and then the grenade just goes off, and I jump a little bit higher. Super simple. Shot of me opening the vent core, which paves the way for this edge slide. Just a normal, I just pressed A for that, otherwise you get way too much power. And I actually held back a little bit, because once I hit this slope, I kind of bounce up a little bit. Or if you hit that really, really fast, even just without crouching when you land, you can just get sent over. So it was a bit of a tricky jump to land in that way. This jump is so... This is something that I was looking forward to the most about the Maw, and it was utilizing the physics in the reactor room. Hmm. And you know what? Just to come back to this, I'm just gonna say, even though I just found the idea on my own, credit to Mador for the idea for the out of bounds jump on the Maw. I'm just gonna credit him with it. It was something that I had thought of before in like multiplayer, and I was trying to find ways to utilize it, like use like a telebump on Damnation and find a jump that way, but it just seemed like it wasn't accessible enough to new players, so I never got around to it, and I never thought it was I was never really knowledgeable enough with that stuff, so I never really played around with it. So yeah, I'll just give credit to him on that, even though I totally found it first. But yeah, big credit to him for the out of bounds edge slide. So anyway, moving on. The physics in the reactor room. So I blow up the vent core, and as this is going back, as it's shutting, and you jump off of this, you can get a huge boost of speed. So I throw the grenade, and you're going to see I just fucking take off, and I go flying, and I land over here. So I thought that was really cool. It was a jump I tried doing before unaided, but I could never manage to pull it off. So just a simple grenade, and you land all the way over here. I thought it was cool. This is a jump I did way back in the day, but just for exploration purposes. I actually, when I was thinking about filming this video, I thought I'll just do it again. But it's so simple to get up here. You just play on Legendary, throw a frag, rocket the floor. Don't you have to be on top of your second player to like really do this. Well, you don't have to be, but it makes it a whole lot easier. You preserve a lot of your shields. A lot of the risk is taken out. So something that I did, and I thought, oh, it's a new spot. But then, and you can actually see I put a new spot here. I don't think anyone has actually been up here before, except me. So I thought, okay, how can I make this a little bit more jumpy? Oh, I can do curve jumps from each one, which is like my least favorite type of jumping in Halo 1, but it's also one of my favorite bits. So that was kind of neat, just jump from each one to each one. Make it a little more interesting. This, I wanted it to, the original idea was to hit one of these edges, and then slide along the floor and use one of these edges to then, or just one of these, like if I were to hit the edge here, slide along the floor and then hit this, and I could end up on top of this. But these, like down here, is not sloped enough to be able to get up here properly. So I decided to do this instead. Slide, rocket, played on Legendary, of course, so I have enough health. And then I land on the other side. And this is my third favorite jump in the entire series. I love this jump. This is, again, reactor room physics to their fullest. When you blow up reactors, you look down, these things explode. And if you stand on them, they cause damage. So I was looking at it, and I thought, I wonder if I could use that and like stack somewhere. I could use that. I could use that damage and get somewhere. And this is what I came up with. And the timing is pretty specific. You have to play it by ear. I got a checkpoint on top of this thing randomly, so I was kind of like, well, I'll just find something with this. And it blows up right there as I'm firing my rocket, and I get a huge amount of distance. And I thought about like going back and like playing through the mission again, getting 2 rockets so that I wouldn't reload in the middle of this jump. But again, TNR, I was like, fuck it, I'm not landing this again. Perfect landing, absolutely perfect. And that just showed off something that I guess not a lot of people know about Halo 1 physics. In that room, this is simple. Grab a warthog, bring it back into the elevator, and just use it to jump on top of the elevator. Nothing serious. This is really nice. I can't remember who did this first. I want to say Big Runty Thirst, but I saw it again recently. I can't remember who did it though. But it's something that I've done many times throughout the years. I've just been goofing around on the driving route, so I did this. And I just crossed the gap with one of those big hog flings. The same thing on Halo, where you turn the warthog, get out, wait a split second, and then jump as the warthog hits you. More than enough to clear the gap. Now, an old name is in the credits of this video, and it's Factablad. And Factablad was an old Halo 1 tricker. He wasn't like 80 years old or something, but he's very old school. And he was the first one to do this. He got to Rex with jumping. Normally you have to like go down, get on top of the warthog, grenade jump, yada yada yada. Or just like drive down with the warthog and like angle it so you land up here. But he jumped over here. He was I think he even got to the bottom of the map with just jumping, which is really neat. So I just wanted to do it again. Just get to the Rex Easter egg, which is right here. REX, if you're not familiar with it. Just get to it by jumping. And then this, when you get to the end of the mission and the longsword is in view, you can launch the warthog over to this area with a frag grenade and a rocket. Then I hung it off the edge, and there's a light. I spend a little bit of time lining up the jump so I don't fall off. Again, I'm on the clock, so I don't want to just make a stupid mistake and fall off. And you can jump past the end of the level trigger, and actually the broadsword, longsword, whatever it's called, is it's not solid, so you can just jump right through it. It's kind of fun. And this is the cutscene where you just fly off into the distance. So I thought it's not the best jump in the video. Clearly the one in the reactor room is just it's just a fucking monster of a jump. But I wanted this one to be the ending because it's the very end of the game, and it's kind of poetic to just see me running off into the distance there. It's done. The grenade actually goes off. You can see it. Come on, plume. There you go. Oh, I see it. And that's it. That was the end. And then space. First, initially I wanted to edit the credits to a different song, but I heard this song first in a rock climbing video, Alex Honnold in Mexico, and I really liked it for whatever reason. This anything with piano in it, honestly, is just I'm a sucker for. So I heard that song and I thought, you know what, it kind of fits, and it's a little bit cheesy. It's all piano and it's all like oh whatnot, but I don't know. I took to it and I thought, you know what, I might not get a chance to use that song anywhere else, so I'm just going to use it here. So there's me. I wish that I had went back and moved the camera around, but I just decided to move the text, and it gives it a little bit more of depth to the scene, I suppose. It's just kind of a funny scene because you look out and it's just, where the fuck is he? And increase the volume just a little bit because I like the song. This is outside the Pillar of Autumn. This is the windows that I curve to and from. This is the window that I curve to. God damn it! This is the place where you can actually see it just barely. This is where I jumped out and grenade jumped to it. It's just a nice area that you can get to very simply. And I was watching a video. What the hell was it called? I think it was Pomage by Nikki in HD, and she's an fucking incredible editor. She does Call of Duty videos, which are not really my cup of tea, but I saw one of her videos once. It was called Ashen Theory, which is insane. and it's all CGI, and then Axie linked me to the Pomage video, and a lot of her uh, credits kind of looked like this in a way. Her text was much smaller and a lot more cleaner looking than mine, but the idea for it stuck with me, so I kind of I used that. So credit to her for that. Every idea comes from somewhere. I gotta pay my respects and give credit. Here we go. Done. This is all ostrich sands as well. This is just unbolded. This is bolded. I'm not actually standing in midair here. The camera goes through things. I was trying to find a shot of me on top of one of these hills, but I couldn't get a shot of me and the surrounding area really well, no matter where I stood. So I decided to just stand on top of the same hill that I stood on top of when I slid down and hit the warthog and got on top of the tree. And I put the camera inside the hill so it looks like I'm floating, but I'm actually standing on ground at this point. This is a really nice shot, I thought. That's the lift on TNR of the tree. I thought it was really charming. We'll use that word. So yeah, I used the Elgato Game Capture HD to capture everything, and everything was filmed on Xbox 360. Yeah, no health modifiers. I didn't land any of the big jumps in Halo PC. Nothing like that. It was just everything was done with a controller. And then external filming, I use the program MSI Afterburner to screen cap on my PC. I could use Fraps, but the files are really huge, and they don't really agree with my Sony Vegas at all. Like MSI Afterburner kind of like makes it chug a little bit, but the file sizes are a little bit smaller than Fraps and a little bit more easier to edit with. And yeah, I filmed in Halo Custom Edition. And I really like the detached camera because in Halo 3 you can gauge the scale of maps. You really see just how large these areas can be. Whereas Halo 1, you can only really see what your own two eyes can see. Like you can get on top of a blue beam tower and you can launch to the ceiling of Silent Cartographer, but you don't really get to see any angle that you want to. So when I detach the camera, it's like you can kind of get the scale of Halo 1. It's really nice. So I like this camera angle a lot, and I edit with Sony Vegas Pro 9. I should really upgrade to Sony Vegas 10 or 12 though, because my Vegas is kind of like corrupted right now. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with it. But thankfully my editing is so simple that I don't really need to do anything super fancy. So this is the opening cutscene to Guilty Spark with the camera detached, and I'm watching the flood run. My mouse movement was perfect here. Normally you can like see, you're trying to do like a panning shot like this, and you can actually see my mouse cursor. It kind of goes like, and it just doesn't work as well as a controller. So my mouse movement was perfect right there. And then there's the library. This is just a shot. This is the bottom level of the library, and the camera's going down. And jumpers.org, which it's kind of funny. I was thinking back to the language arts, and I was thinking, where can you find meaning where there is none? And it's like, the camera is going down, and I include jumpers.org in this scene. And it's like, does that mean jumpers.org is going down? Which, depressingly, is kind of true, because there's not a whole lot of activity on there, but that's not what that means. I just thought it was a really cool shot of the library. I'm not alluding to anything. And then here's the special thanks. Skirty, we worked together quite a lot on the Halo 1 campaign, even like back when I first started, and he did a lot of jumps on it. We worked on Eccentric together. Mr. Ollie, same thing. He's like, hey, can I be a part of this video with you? And he edited a lot. He edited pretty much all of my first videos, and Skirty captured a lot. So these two were a lot of help to me in the beginning. Jugger Trout, he was a friend of mine, a good Halo 1 tricker. He landed some jumps on Halo 1 with... he landed some jumps on the level Halo with the Warthog, and he did a lot of the tricks, and he did some dropship manipulation on Silent Cartographer. So every time I was landing a jump, And I was just kind of thinking, you know what, I should mention him. Devin Olson is in here because of his jump across the shaft on Silent Cartographer. DJ Dapp landed some jumps, like the one on AOTCR, and I mentioned him with the window bump and everything, so he's in there. I probably should have put Lawler and Miss Man in here as well, but they didn't really land like jumps, I suppose. Miss Man really should have went in here though. Now that I'm looking back on it, so big credit to Miss Man for the invisible wall on keys that I jumped to. And Factablad is in here because of the walking and jumping on the Maw. This is a shot of the two bridges on Two Betrayals. It's really funny. I actually, when I jumped into the pit on the ship at the start of Keys, I cleared that first area, detached the camera, brought it over here. When you do that, a lot of the things that look normal once you get there are really fucked up. Like this elite is just floating in midair, as well as this health pack, and I'm pretty sure this shield might actually be floating in midair too, along with that one. So big thank you to Bait and Switch Studios and my friends Axie and Little Man. They kind of stuck with me after everything that happened, and they didn't even like ask any questions or talk about it at all. They were just like, "Yeah, you're a fucking idiot," and that was it. And then we just kept playing games together. So they really bolstered my spirits. So I wanted to pay thanks to that. And of course, very special thank you to Mador for the reasons mentioned. He hooked me up with Custom Edition because he was just, I think he actually just wanted someone to play with. So. But he gave me Custom Edition, and I was asking him to like film angles for my video in Vision. And he said, you know, you could always just record your own. And he gave me MSI Afterburner as he said, hey, you can download it from here, get Custom Edition from here. You can use Dev Mode here. These are all the commands that you use. So that knowledge was so useful, and it made this series really unique and really special. And it actually helped me on Truth and Reconciliation to find jumps, so a huge thank you to him. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. If you have managed, oh by the way, I synced the blue beam shot perfectly, completely by accident. I'm a fucking god. So yeah, big thank you to everyone for watching. It's kind of corny, but you know, it was at a time when I really needed it. If anyone has actually managed to listen this far, I will be very impressed. But I did want to say thank you to everybody, because when I first started this channel, I was asking myself some pretty big questions. Not big questions, but for me they were kind of big, because at the time it was after that whole like cheating thing with Halo runs, and I was kind of like, okay, so it almost felt like I was done with Halo. It's like, okay, I've embarrassed myself so thoroughly, it's just there's no way I can come back from that. But I wasn't really too concerned about it at the time, because it was something that I felt needed to happen. I was ready to just be like, okay, you know, I think gaming might actually be pretty toxic for my life, so I'm just going to leave it behind. I don't really want to worry about anything that I could do, any ideas that might get left behind. It's just, is gaming really, is it good for me anymore? And I had bigger fish to fry at the time. Like I had to talk with my girlfriend, and that was a really painful thing. But it was kind of like, actually, I talked to my parents as well. There was a lot of things. There was a lot of things going on at the time that had nothing to do with gaming, and I had to face that first. And once I did, and everything had been kind of sorted in my personal life, when I went back to gaming, I was kind of thinking, okay, I don't really want to be one of those guys who was just, okay, here's some adversity, you did something really stupid, you made a really bad mistake. I'm just going to leave gaming forever. It's kind of just like, no, I mean, if I was 14 and I was still riddled with irresponsible emotions and whatnot, I probably would have did that. Just like, okay, I'm done. You guys will never see me again. Goodbye. I was a bit older, and I thought, okay, so why am I playing Halo? Why is this important to me? What is it about gaming that I really like? So I had to question that, and then I realized that all the attention I was getting from my old channel, not all the attention, but like I had over 1,000 subscribers, and it seemed like everything I had done when I had first started. Literally, when I first started, I joined High Impact Halo, and like the best runner in my mind at the time had said like, "Oh man, you're really talented. I want to see what you're capable of. You're really good. Your ideas are sick." And like Skirty contacted me. He's like, "Hey, let's work on Truth and Reconciliation together." And then I picked up tricking, and it was really good. And then I picked up multiplayer, and it was really good. And it seemed like everything I had done on High Impact Halo, I think like made the front page. And then people were like asking me like, "You should really join Jumpers," when it first joined, and it almost felt like everything I had touched had turned to gold. It felt like I was in the fucking zone for like a decade. So it eventually it just started feeding my ego. I was getting all this attention, and it felt really good. I was getting like admiration where I hadn't really got some before. Pretty much everything I had done up to that point in my real life, kind of corny, but um, I didn't really get a whole lot of admiration for it. Like I was pretty good at soccer and sports and blah blah blah, but no one had really like come up like during school and been like, you're really great at this. It was kind of just like I did enough to get by, and that was it. I majored at blending in, but when I picked up Halo, it was just immediate. Like I've had people call me a legend. It's like, how is that not supposed to get to your head? So I was like, okay, maybe the attention is something that is really bad for me, and maybe I should just stick to what I want to do, and that's it. And I realized, I was like, the things that I really like the most about games is being creative. I like being the first to do things for the unknown factor, and I like finding new ways to do things. Like when I was speedrunning, a lot of it was kind of, how fast can I go? And then I thought, you know what? Maybe I can get through the game without jumping. Maybe I can get through it without firing a shot. It's like it's kind of completely new, and it's different. It's creative, and I loved that so much. The most fun I was having was not when I was legitimately trying to break world records, but when I was doing things differently. So I just rolled with that. I'm like, okay. And like one of the first video, I think it was the first video that I did on Spasmodic, was I was just trying to get places without jumping, and it was something that I really liked. I was like, fuck it, even if nobody watches this video, I will have had fun doing it. And I won't pour so much time into this stuff anymore. It's just like I'm just going to do what I want to do, and I won't try and go too crazy with it, and that's it. So I left my old channel behind, which was it was kind of weird. It's just like I put so much work into that channel, and it was kind of growing a little bit. Not to the point where it's like, oh, I'm gonna quit my job and YouTube full time, but it was nice. It grew. So to take 1,000 subscribers and just be like, I made a mistake. I need a fresh start. Goodbye, and start with like fucking nothing. It's kind of daunting. But eventually I posted on the old channel. I was like, hey, I moved to Spasmodic Gaming. If you were a fan of my footage, you can come over. If you don't, that's fine. And then when I looked back, I made a confession video on my old channels explaining what happened, kind of why I did it. The positive comments far outweighed the negative comments. Like, by far, people were really willing to just be like, you know what, you have a lot of good qualities beyond this one mistake that you did. You should keep going. And a lot of people, I think I got like 100 subscribers like right off the bat when I made that little post. It's like, hey, come over to Spasmodic Gaming if you want to just see what I've been up to. And 100 people. A lot of it was, I don't even care if I'm the only one watching it, but it was really nice to see people come over to the new channel and say, you know what, like you made a mistake, but we're gonna stick with you, and we like this new direction that you're taking. Because it was all just for me at the beginning, but to then see people be like, you know what, we really support that. Go and do your thing, and we'll stick with you. That was really that was nice. That was really nice. I really appreciated that. And it gave me a good feeling. It wasn't feeding my ego. It wasn't bad attention. It was just kind of affirming in a way that I was doing the right thing. And the channel has done pretty well since then, and I've been having a really good time. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone with the video. And then yeah, I decided to do this long ass commentary and kill my voice. God damn, this is taking forever. What was I thinking? Yeah, it was a little bit cheesy, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You should be able to show emotion on the internet and not be lambasted for it. So that was it. That was Project Jump. Um, yeah, all the special thanks. I covered everyone I wanted to thank pretty much. I explained why I was thanking everyone at the end. Hopefully, I shed some light on some things. I answered some questions you were thinking about asking. Hopefully, the commentary was engaging enough. You learned some stuff. I don't know. I had fun, even though my voice is going to be hoarse and destroyed for the rest of the day. But I enjoyed this. Hope you enjoyed it too. If you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to comment below. If you have actually managed to listen this far, my goodness, you are a trooper. So, yeah, I guess I should end my recording now. So, thank you very much for watching.